Hello and welcome to the House of Cards Reign of Jafar Case Tournament. This is round one. We are underway with Mayonnaise and Corey Smash going at table one so far. Just getting started here. We are off and ready to see our first play. I'll be your commentator all day. My name is Jose, better known on the internet as Cardboard Castle. Happy to be here and bringing you all the coverage of this tournament. So let's see where he starts off here. Ink and a Pete. And he's going with the early develop, so we can see what he gets off of that. Ooh, Corey with the Rhino shift off out of the gate. Western for 2 off Rhino, passes the turn. We're going to see Mayonnaise inked here. That's the Rhino that Corey has shifted into early in this game here. Question for 2 with a 4-3 stat line. And while it has no damage, he gains 2 resist, which is fantastic for this. Going for the aerial sing, or the singer aerial to grab a song and pass. And to be honest with you guys, this is going to be one of the premier matchups, I think, seeing Ruby Sapphire and Amber Steel, the songs variety kind of going at each other. I think it's going to be what we expect to see all day. 2 of the top decks still going into the Reign of Jafar set 8 just before rotation. How far I'll go and pass back to Corey. Corey drops the Naveen. Prince Naveen, still a great card coming from the Shimmering Skies set. And that beautiful enchanted artwork. See, I can't pull up the enchanted artwork for that in Prince Naveen, but it is definitely a gorgeous card here. So he cracked the popsicle off there to reduce the damage off of Maui, taking out the Rhino. Corey's going to Zeus the Maui to take that off the board, and just quest for 3, going to 7, going to 10. It's already got 7 previously. Corey out to a hot lead, basically game half over. We're going to see if Mayonnaise can get something going here with a Be Prepared. That'll slow Corey down at least for a turn here. Weighing his options into a Troubadour Singer, inking and passing the turn. Grandma Tala comes out for Mayonnaise. It's going to give him a peek at 2 cards. And then how far I'll go. Look at another 2 and 1 to the Inkwell. just a pass back off of the how far I'll go. Corey ready up his ink, and again, only 10 lore away from closing out the first game. He's going to quest off the Troubadour there. Looks like he's got another Naveen in hand, and maybe a Zeus. A long game Zeus, flickering a little fast for me to be able to read those from the camera angle. Given heavy consideration, maybe go to Naveen into the Zeus. Oh, where'd we go? The shark comes out for a how far I'll go. Vision of the Future. That's the other blue action shark wants to see. Gain a lore off of that. Quick count, and Corey flares out the discard. Goes for another Visions of the Future to gain another lore off the shark. This is the way the Ruby Sapphire deck goes, though. You never really get scared if you're down too much lore early in the game because you know how much you're going to bring back with the shark. Maui Half Shark, just an incredibly strong card. And a quest with the Grandma Talon. Not really afraid of any crack back there. Oh, that's the Sonic Aerial that was in hand for Corey, not another Naveen. Hard to tell with the enchanteds from the angle. Yeah, with the Maui Shark out, though, it's going to give Corey a little bit of hesitation about just, turning cards sideways to gain lore because Maui Shark, Half Shark, when he challenges a character, he gets to bring something back from the discard and action. There it is on screen now for you. And, again, every action he gets to gain a lore passively, so that's an incredibly strong effect for that card. Also evasive and a 7/5 body. Again, probably the best card you could put down right now. Guess Corey's going to attempt to sing some songs and deal a little bit of damage. Oh, brawls the Troubadour. Going to gain a lore off of that. Manny Oz, by the way, is how I'm told this name is to be pronounced. So that limits Corey's options a little bit of being able to sing and pay the aerial tax to deal extra damage to the shark and take it out. But again, the big weakness of Maui Half Shark is going to be in this matchup there's a Pirate's Life, gaining 3 off of that and taking Corey down 2 at the same time, back to 9. And a full quest out to go to 9, tie up the game. Incredible. Man, he's really working it here again. Has tied this game up, essentially coming back, being down 10 lore to tied now. Another Rhino for Corey. Not enough to pay the aerial ping tax, so he's just going to ship the turn back here. Long, hard thoughts here. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the House of Cards Reign of Jafar Case Tournament. Happy to have you here. I'm Jose, your commentator for the day. And we're going to see another Pirate's Life come out from Manny here. It's going to stretch his lead out to 12 to 7. Again, constantly just draining Corey a little bit by bit. And he's going to do the same maneuver. Pirate's Life, quest out for 2 more. Go to 14. And now he has double the lore Corey does going to this. Just another pass back. Nope, there he is. There's the pass back off of a one jump. Yep. Okay, so that was just in there just to get an ink and trigger Maui one more time. Now Corey drops on the Naveen. Oh, gonna pay the tax off of Ariel to take out the shark. He's down, but not out at this point. Ariel takes out Grandma Tala with a challenge and quest with Rhino. Go to 9. All right, so this is the matchup we expected to see again. The meta has slowly shifted a little bit with Rain and Jafar, but it's still early in the release to find out what's going to be going on here and how these decks are going to change and shake up. But Amber Steel songs are still very good, and Maui Half Shark and Ruby Sapphire still two very good decks here. Develop Your Brain from Manny to just see another card or two here. Only needs 5 lore to close out game 1. Okay, and Big Hades drops down, inks the, forces Corey to ink the Naveen. Corey playing Lawrence out, and just questing out to 13. It's tight. Manny could go to 17. Corey could comfortably sit down at 18, and then it's a free-for-all at that point, but I don't think that's where these two want the game to go. Heavy thoughts here. Then he counts out some ink. What is he gonna... Oh, drops a big Sisu. Okay, so that won't be enough to effectively do anything to Corey's board, but it will give him the option to be able to quest out completely. Since Sisu quests for 3, that'll close out the game. And Corey has to still be able to deal with the Hades, not quite a game ender, but at 19, there's the Zeus to take out Sisu. Corey quests out, going to 18. 19. Sorry, Rhino does quest for 2, so yep, that is scoring 19. Manny's going to have to be able to quest for 2, go to 19. Can he drop a shark and an action behind it? Be prepared just to slow the game out at 19 to 19. So next quest wins, in theory. Corey drops the Mr. Smee quest for 2. If he can get there, does Manny have it? Removal or a Pirate's Life will keep him alive here. How far I'll go. Sees 2 more cards. Man, this is like I said again, very intense for a game 1. Off the how far I'll go. Is Manny able to find an answer? He digs with visions, trying to see 5 more cards. C7 this turn, 8 off the draw. Are any of those 8 cards an answer to Mr. Smee? Did he find what he was looking for? Oh, Let It Go. That is an answer to Smee. Pass back. He's got to have spare necessities. Maui, the only thing in hand. Maui doesn't quest for lore, so that's not going to help him either. He's got to draw an answer here. Tipo, which is a game ender this late. Corey with a whole new world. Again, still digging for these answers. 3. He's going to need a storm. Oh, there it is. He found the storm to take out Tipo, draw the card. And what can he do? I think that's all the ink he has. Nothing to play a 1-drop. So again, we're just at this little stalemate here, going kind of shot for shot. There he does get 1 ink off of that and pass. Do we know? I believe Manny inked the Maui off of the Tipo, so I don't even think he still has that in hand. I think it's just the fresh grip from Pirate's Life to end it. Wow, okay, so Manny takes game 1 here. Ruby Sapphire over Corey Smashes, Amber Steel songs. And a Pirate's Life. That's the 3rd Pirate's Life we've seen this game. Basically, effectively just robbing Corey of 6 lore. Putting him out. He could add 25 at this point. But man, he's able to clutch through there for game 1. Take that. A great game 1 in round 1 here at the Reign of Jafar case tournament presented by House of Cards in Winston-Salem. If you're local to the area, House of Cards is one of the premier card shops for Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Lorcana, obviously, and other TCGs of your choice. You can shop with them online at tcgplayer.com as well under House of Cards Winston. But we prefer to see your beautiful face here in the store. Underway. Finishing up these mulligans here for the game 2. All right, and the final cut here going into game 2 between Manny and Corey. Table 1, round 1, game 2. Manny up 1 game. Corey needs to win this one, stay alive. Ink the Pete, drop a Rhino. It's the exact same play that Corey made game 1, turn 1. So we'll see if he's able to pull off the same mechanic and shift into the other Rhino. The Rhino shift. See, this is the one he currently has on board, the 1-2 Rhino. But it can shift into the 4-3 with resist as long as it's not damaged. That is a very good play. Those cards coming straight out of Reign of Jafar. So these are new tech pieces. There it is, the shift again. Corey staying online completely. Wow. Very good. Very good. Again, this got Corey out early to a 10-0 lore lead. Just was unable to close out the game with 3 Pirate's Lives on the board and a Maui Shark at one point. Just the lore drain, it was too much to overcome. But Corey up 2-0 in the lore race right now. Corey gets the draw. Inks the Troubadour plays a Lawrence. Quest for 2 more. Manny, again, not really feeling the pressure. Again, like I said, Ruby Sapphire on the shark actions are so good at coming back from a deep deficit that I don't feel like he's going to feel any real pressure till he gets back to that 9 or 10 range in lore and in a deficit. There's a Tipo that comes out, inks the additional card off of that. That's sort of Ruby Sapphire's MO, really, is just to be able to early game ramp, kind of fix the cards you want in your hand with cards like Visions and Develop Your Brain, Sail. Those cards are just things that are going to let you fix the cards you have for the late game. Oh, we see another Rhino come down here. Corey hardcast that one on turn 4. Quest for 4, going to 8 again. So this is the point where Manny may start to feel a little bit of pressure. Once you get down, like I said, close to that 10 lore lead, it's kind of where Ruby Sapphire starts to. You got to question if you're going to be able to pull that off. All things considered, he did in game 1, so pressure may not even be there yet. And remember that Rhino is undamaged, so it has resist 2. Very good on a 3-body character. Manny lets go on 1 Rhino. Going to slow Corey down just a hair here. Quest for 1, cutting into the lead. Corey goes ahead and just quest out for 4, go to 12. And just ships the turn back. Looks like Corey's got a Rapunzel in hand. He needs that to draw cards off of a damaged character, which he doesn't have yet. And the rest of the hand's moving too quick to catch. I see a 2-drop Singer Cindy in the hand as well. Not super helpful in this situation unless Corey's got a lot of songs he wants to sing. Looking here, Manny's going to Hades away the Lawrence. And quest the depot for 2. Corey drops the aerial search for a song. Corey does drop the Cindy Singer and quest with Rhino, going to 14. Definitely has the upper hand in this game. A decent board state. And it doesn't seem like Manny's got to be prepared. If he gets it, if he got it off that draw, it's a pretty quick quest and drop the prep. You already know that Corey has the shift aerial, so that can get him another lore off of this if he needs to. There's the quest to 4, 5. Corey anticipating. There it is. There's the be prepared. So Manny had it in hand and is able to reset the board, slowed Corey down just a hair. There's the shift aerial that we assumed Corey would have liked to shift off of the 3-drop aerial, but Be Prepared had other plans. And he drops the How Far I'll Go, sees 2 cards, one to the Inkwell. Does go in exerted, though, so unavailable to him at this point, but he ships the turn back. Corey readies his ink deliberately, and again, can quest for 2 here, going to 16 with aerial. I think the question is, does he try to strike to 20, setting up his board? We'll see. Lawrence helps with that. Quest for 2. Going to 16. So the board is set for him to have a win here, unless Manny has other options. Another Be Prepared comes down. That's 2. Ruby Sapphire seems to be running 2 to 3 copies of Be Prepared lately, although it could be on 4 for this scenario. A Troubadour down for Corey. And Manny looks at 5 cards with vision and puts 1 to hand. Before we get too deep in, I just want to say a couple of other decks I predict to see here on stream later will be both Amethyst, Emerald. I've seen a couple of decks of those, especially the lever packages that have been rather popular. Again, I kind of expect to see Churna Dogs at this point. The Amber Emerald aggro-esque deck that revolves around Lady and the Tramp and Chernobog. Fun deck if you're unaware of it. It's phenomenal. It's very fun to watch as well. Fun to play. And he puts the cards back finally from that Grandma Tala, and Corey quests to 17 here. Still, again, presenting a win with the Smee. Unless Manny has an answer. Again, we saw Manny answer Corey 2, 3, 4 times in the late game to stay in that one in game 1, so it's not off the table yet. Manny quest goes to 6. Sounds like another Be Prepared is going to come down if he's got it. Looks like he does. There it is, the third Be Prepared. Again, like I just mentioned, Ruby Sapphire running 2 to 3 copies, obviously 3 for Manny, but is he on 4, and will it make a difference at this point? Naveen comes down. Does Corey have a song to play behind? He does not, or chooses not to. One or the other. And just ships back to Manny. Manny drops a McDuck Manor. Doesn't feel like a game-winning play, but and a Maui Shark as well. It's an option. There's Zeus that comes down. So Corey had 2 damage songs in hand, but no target, so he hits 1 finally and goes to 19. Does Manny have Pirate's Life in hand? He may have, considering how dedicated he was to the shark play on the last turn. Does gain 2 off the McDuck Manor, going to 8. Corey just knocking at the door. Another McManor and a Maui to rush, and that's not enough. All right. Corey takes game 2. Amber Steel Song's not going out quietly on this game. All right. Again, incredible gameplay through to be round one. These are two incredible pilots of these decks. Corey and Manny both piloting their decks with a incredible amount of finesse here. Again, two great prototypical decks that you expect to see in competitive play, and again, being piloted to perfection. Cuts presented so we can get the mulligans underway here for game 3. Gotta have the rubber match here with Manny and Corey. Round 1, game 3 of the Reign of Jafar case tournament. Can only see Corey on camera here as he gets his mulligan started. He started game 1 and 2 both with the Ink Pete Rhino turn 2 Shift Rhino. So we'll see if he can go for the 3-peat on that opening line. Again, a very good one for this version of Amber Steel. It's like Manny is happy with his mulligan decisions as well, or at least as happy as sometimes you can be. Present the cuts, and we will be underway. Game 3. Manny on the play. Corey has a Rapunzel, Bare Necessities, and a Singer Cindy in hand. And looks like Manny just inks and passes. Corey plays the Smee for the Singer Cindy. Not the Rhino opening, but again, a very good one when you have Bare Necessities in hand right behind it. And maybe even draw into a Steel Song that can... Oh, he inks the Bare Necessity. Play a Smee. Again, classic lines for Amber Steel. Yeah, Corey's... there's a Tipa that Manny plays down, but Corey's main method of winning here is going to be continue to put this early game pressure on, while Manny's got to be able to build and craft up his later lines and draw into it. There's the strength to take out Tipo. Again, Singer Cindy, Rapunzel to the Inkwell, and a Lawrence. So, oh yeah, Corey's going to be putting the pressure on quick here. McDuck Manor from Manny, and pass it back to Corey. Now, Corey has questing capabilities, but he's going to have to quest here. Go to 8, but he will have to deal with that Manor sooner rather than later. The amount of lure it can just gain you passively is overwhelming, especially, again, with the late game when Maui and actions start coming out. There's the Rhino. Again, good thing we already had it up on the screen for you. Really been Corey's MVP through the first two games, even in the game 1 loss. And how far I'll go. Manny gains the 2 lore off of that McDuck Manor. And Rhino's a strong enough threat too that now Corey has to worry a little bit with Lawrence and Rhino on board. That Manny has to worry that his McDuck Manor may not be long for this world. All it's going to take is throwing extra one drops, Cindy's one strength at it to deal the 9 to take out the location. Manny's happy with his how far I'll go selections. Cindy sings the bare necessities. He's trying to get rid of that. Be prepared. There it is. It's gone. Oh, and we see a shark and a pirate's life in hand. I do think that heals off of there. Draws off the Rapunzel. It's the DLC art quest out. Corey goes to 13, 14 off of that. Boy, that's going to be tough to come back from. Corey's got all the advantage at the moment. I think Corey snagging that Be Prepared off of the bare necessities may have been the game ender right there. Man, you'd have to draw into another one. To even really have a chance to take Corey out on this. Wow. Is this just it? Let's see. Manny has a couple of options. I don't think he likes any of them. He has probably only one way that he could win at this point, or at least stay in the game. It's not even a guaranteed win. It's just stopping the onslaught from Corey at this point. And there's the handshake, the GGs. Corey showing the rest of his hand, a Bianca, long game Zeus, and another aerial. But that'll do. Corey taking round 1 of the Reign of Jafar case tournament here at House of Cards. Manny with at least getting a game off of there, so that's going to matter later on for the tiebreakers down the road, I'm sure. We'll see Manny again later. Maybe making a cut into top 8 at this point. It's hard to tell, but again, 2 great competitors here. Really, really great matchup. For round 1, an exciting finish for Amber Steel. Corey's Amber Steel taking round 1 over Manny's Ruby Sapphire. We'll see. We'll see how this continues throughout the day. Again, other decks I expect to see, the Amethyst, Emerald decks will probably pop up here a little bit. Churner Dogs is another one I'm expecting to see. Again, we'll see what happens, but I think most of the time we're going to see some familiar ink pairings here. Hopefully we get a little rogue deck, something we're not quite expecting to see, a little spice. I would love to see that on stream. Guys, if you're in chat, let me know what you'd like to see pop up here on the stream at some point, what you're looking forward to seeing, and what's your personal favorite ink color combination. And our competitors are going to be packing up again. Round 1 is still live, going through the rest of the matchups here, but we will be returning for round 2 here shortly. Have a brief intermission. Everyone just hang tight with us here as we get ready for round 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round two of the Reign of Jafar case tournament here at the House of Cards in Winston-Salem. We're happy to have you joining us here. My name is Jose. I'm your commentator for the day. As we get set for round two, we saw round one, an exciting matchup between Corey Smash and Manny with Ruby Sapphire and Amber Steel songs. Corey taking it in 3 games. And our competitors are just about underway here, waiting for the official round timer from our head judge, TJ Parker, to start the round here. Here we go. Well, we have Lucas, the Hammer, dropping down, playing the Ruby Sapphire deck against Luca Serrano, Lucas with no S. And boy, these guys are off to a quick start. Lucas with a turn 1 going in straight into Bell. Luca. This is going to be difficult, guys. With the shift Rhino storming Bell. The Hammer going back for a sail, shipping the turn back to Serrano. Serrano dropping the aerial, looking for a song. Questing for 2 with Rhino. Again, this is going to be a situation where we see Amber Steel playing almost like an aggro deck against the slower, more late game Ruby Sapphire. We draw away the aerial. Luca hitting the Prince Naveen with a whole new world. And questing for 2 with Rhino. Going to 4. A Scrooge coming down from Lucas dropping. And he's going to take out the Rhino. Serrano dropping another aerial. Thinking for a song. Quest for 2 with Naveen. Did he quest a Naveen? Drop a Rhino. One drop Rhino. Not the big shift one. Again, we saw a lot of that from Corey in round one, shifting from Rhino to the big Rhino with resist. And so now dropping a Pete there, questing out for 5 more. Lore going to 9. I'm sorry, that's only 8. Forgot Ariel only quests for 1. She does a lot of things, but that's not it. Drops the big Sisu from Lucas, and that'll take care of 2 cards. Another Naveen to drop a Zeus on the Sisu. Six-drop Tamatoa Happy as a clam, grabbing a Vital Sphere and a Popsicle back for Lucas. There's going to go to hand. Looks like he's play the Popsicle draw. Couldn't tell if he had ink to play that or not. Of course, he just played the hard cast of the big Sisus. Of course he does. Sapphire Coil behind that. Cracks the Vital Sphere to give the rush to that Tamatoa. These two competitors very familiar with each other. Lucas, a member of Team Ohana. Lucas Serrano, formerly a member. Left in good graces, though, so we're all still friends and enjoy it. The competition, especially this level here. Again, seeing another table that's Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Steel. Very similar deck list. Of course, Lucas not on the DKP Shark action list for Ruby Sapphire. More of the items looks like an items workshop type list. Plays takes out Prince Naveen. Boy, these two competitors pulling no punches whatsoever. Serrano with a 13 lower lead currently. There's the workshop. Comes out. Verifying this is definitely a shop's build here for Lucas. So he wants to find one of these big 8-drop Tamatoas from Chapter 1. Gonna be digging for that for a second here so we can lure out 1-drop Singer Cindy and pass a Vital Sphere. Pays the 1 off the workshop to draw a card. And crack a Popsicle for it. Oh, the big Tamatoa he drew back. Gonna grab both those Popsicles back. Popsicle and the coil. Pay the 1 off the shop to draw 2. An incredible line. Great utility card for those who haven't really weren't. It wasn't a popular card at the time when it released. We've seen it in some uses cases, but mostly Maurice's workshop here on screen. You're able to every time you play a item card, pay 1 additional ink to draw a card. So Popsicle is a pay 2, draw 2. So 1 ink for 1 card, essentially at that rate. Pretty nice. Another Prince Naveen coming out here for Serrano and back to Tebow. That goes out of the wheel and we'll see. Serrano quest for 1 with the Singer sending nothing to sing. Go to 14. Keep applying the pressure onto Lucas. Thinks, taps 1, exerts 2 ink.
Oh, for that was a bare necessity, so you could see check the hand. I don't think he's super worried about anything else other than be prepared. May take that how far I'll go. Or actually, you can grab Popsicle off of bare necessities. That may be the choice. Gosh, there's so many options. And it is the Popsicle to slow down that card draw and pass. Turn back to Lucas. Just sail the Azurite Sea to draw a card. A Big Sisu clean up the board here. Now he can't quest for that Tamatoa Happy to claim and play a free item, which could turn into a pay one type situation. Cracks the Popsicle there. He's must be aiming for a second Tamatoa. Loves to fill up the yard here to be able to pull those back and just recycle them, especially with one workshop out. Or multiple workshops, you can even, like I said, keep stringing Popsicles into just an incredible draw engine. Better than it already is just by itself. Gonna quest, play the Sapphire Coil for free and workshop it for one. Get a Vitalosphere, workshop that for one. And there's the third Tamatoa. That's going to the Inkwell. Boy. Yeah, workshop is definitely putting in work for Lucas right now. Two lore for Lucas, 14 for Lucas Serrano. He's checking Lucas's ink count to see where he is, what he spent where, how many times he's drawn, shot, played. He seems to be satisfied with the information he's getting. Again, if you're just tuning in with us here, this is the Reign of Jafar case tournament here for House of Cards in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We appreciate you joining us here via Twitch. Oh, looks like we're going to pick it up here. Luca taking game one. So another victory for Amber Steel today. That is that's the third win we've seen Amber Steel today. First of this round, as these two will prepare for game two. Lucas on Ruby Sapphire, only getting 2 lore in that match. Not an entire blowout, but a little bit for the pride. He was completely skunked. Again, some of the highest level of gameplay you can see today, right here, between these two, between Lucas and Luca. Like I said, again, round one was an incredible matchup as well, but this is, again, the competition keeps cranking up, and the gameplay is unmatched at this point. Luca's going to be looking to repeat that success with Amber Steel and holding Lucas off as long as he can. Satisfy mulligans. Lucas inks one of the aerials, plays the singer Cindy, and ships off to Lucas here. We get another cut. There we go. Cracks the popsicle for the bell. Lucas off to an early start. Didn't work last time, but it is a fantastic play. Being able to get a 3-3 body out on turn 1. Lucas more traditional line. This time hitting a Smee behind on drop turn 2. Lucas into a Sail the Azurite Sea, inking off of that. Again, the ramp is so important, early game ramp for Ruby Sapphire. And pass back. Luca drops the Lawrence and strengths away the bell. 1 damage on Mr. Smee as required by not having a captain out. It's a great engine, though, for feeding a 4-drop Rapunzel gifted with healing. Lucas just plays the Sapphire Coil and passes back to Serrano. Drops the aerial, digs 4 for a song. And down comes the 1-drop Sisu for Lucas to ping off the and as quick as it is, it's gone. It's like Luke got a little bit ahead of himself there. Yep, there we go. So didn't have the 4th ink down yet, but intended to play the Naveen, so all the same. And that's game. Incredible. What a quick matchup here. Lucas Serrano taking it 2-0 over Lucas Valley. Again, wow. Again, this is 2 wins. 2 rounds, 2 wins. Amber Steel over Ruby Sapphire. Maybe a little bit of telling where we are in the meta today. We'll have to see as this continues on, though. I think, again, appreciate everyone tuning in here for the House of Cards, Reino Jafar case tournament. So far, we've seen Corey Smash going 2-1 in round 1 with Amber Steel songs package for the win. Now, round 2, Lucas Serrano going 2-0 over Ruby Sapphire. Both Amber Steel players winning over Ruby Sapphire to get their lead here. We'll continue on. Again, though, it's interesting. I think a lot of, we all know that rotation is coming here after the release of Fable around September for Lorcana, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, apologies. That was game 1. Here we are, round 2. Game 2. We're going to watch this through here. Lucas playing a Vitalosphere, Rhino for Serrano, turn 1. We'll see. There's a sail for Lucas into a Pawsicle. Shift Rhino. Quest for 2 for Luca, and pass back. You see the aerial come down. Another. And a Sapphire Coil to brawl away the Rhino. Aerial to the Inkwell. Smee and pass. Cracks Ballsicle and another Ballsicle here. A vision for Lucas. The 3-drop Sisu comes down, pomps one of the Smees. Strength to the Inkwell, a Rhino, and Mr. Smee coming down for Luca. Big Sisu drops down, takes out the Rhino. Smee survives to quest for at least 2 next go round. Lucas trying to grab a little information here off the graveyard, and Storms the Smee to heal it off with the Rapunzel and quest for the 2, going to 8. Big Sisu comes down, takes the 2 off the ink from the coil. So 2 Big Sisus on board for Lucas. And Serrano Zeus is one of the Sisus there, the enchanted artwork, of course. Got to take the pretty one out. A Singer aerial looking. And we're going to ink a Rhino and pass back to Lucas. Lucas is going to look, drop a shop, and a Popsicle. Activating the workshop again. Such a great draw engine. Makes the Popsicle even better. Bell cracks the Popsicle for that. And how far I'll go to see 2 more cards. 1 to the Inkwell. And Quest for 3 with Big Sisu. Going to 6. Serrano's still leading 8-6 in this lore race, though. Who spends 7 to play a Miss Bianca after the Rhino for the discount there. And sings Storm to clean up the Bell. Rather strength than a Raging Fire. So he is going to... Lucas is going to ping the Rhino. Sail. Going to coil the Miss Bianca and play another big Sisu just to clear up the board. That doesn't take off Bianca, though. She still has 1 extra health that would keep her from getting completely caught up by a Sisu, making that effectively be prepared at this point. Serrano storms the Sisu. Maybe digging for an answer to these 2 big questers. Prince Naveen, storm again off the Naveen, draw a card, and take out a... Oh, there we go, Rhino. Okay. Rhino's going to buff and take out the other one with Miss Bianca. There's Tamatoa so shiny coming down, grabbing a Popsicle from the discard, playing the Popsicle. He will shop to pay an additional ink, draw an additional card, and brawls the Prince Naveen away. There's a Shift Rhino for Serrano Quest. No, Wheel with Bianca. So, a whole new world. And another Prince Naveen. A bare necessities off the Naveen. Quest now with Bianca and Rhino. Go to 10. Again, these are 2 matchups we expected to see, Ruby Sapphire and Amber Steel. It seems to at least be right now, through the first 2 rounds, our early assessment, but it seems that the Amber Steel's ability to use Rhino to aggro out and kind of quest early for lore and apply that early pressure seems to be getting and swinging underneath Ruby Steel or Ruby Sapphire at this point, though. Ink for Serrano plays another Naveen. And nothing to follow up the Naveen with. Just ships the turn back here. Paulsicle for Lucas. Going to double down with the workshop. I'm going to sing How Far I Go with Tamatoa. Tamatoa currently could quest for 5. Unless Lucas just trying to dig out. He's going to hit the Naveen with the Sapphire Coil. Play a Tipo Coil again. Who does he coil this time? The other Naveen. So both Naveens have had their strength reduced by 2 for this turn. Rhino, also a big Sisu coming down, clearing up most of that board except for Bianca. She's sticking around. A Scrooge exerts 4 items to do that for free, and looks at the top 4, finds an item, which is a Paulsicle. Does he have ink to pay for the Paulsicle? Currently, he does. Does he have to pay the workshop tax? He will, to draw an additional card. I believe that means Tamatoa could quest for 6 right now. Aerial Sonic Warrior coming down. Bianca's going to sing to Zeus and then deal the additional damage off of the aerial to Tamatoa to kill that threat. Banish Tamatoa, kill the threat. And another Rhino comes down for 1. Could reduce aerial here. Swing into Miss Bianca with Tipo to take her out. And big Sisu, or small Sisu times 2 to clear the board in Lucas's favor. 3 Sisus on board and another Tamatoa. He's going to dig out. I believe he still has a Vital Sphere in there. Okay, another Paulsicle's in there. Did see if he cracked one or not. There it is. And he's going to get the free card from the Paulsicle. And I believe he's going to choose to pay 1 to shop that. No. Go to 13 off of a quest. There's another Tamatoa Happy as a clam coming down. Anything to return from the yard? No. And that will do it. Lucas winning 1 for the Ruby Sapphire. So it is now split Ruby Sapphire 1, Amber Steel 1 through 2 rounds here. Corey Smash winning with the round 1 Amber Steel. Again, two decks that we expected to see. I'm still looking forward to some of the other ones throughout the day. Maybe we'll see something a little different, a little shake up here. Maybe our old friend Amethyst Ruby shows back up here. Etc. Some of the other more rogue-esque decks. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly here when we get ready to head to round 3. welcome to round 3 of the Reign of Jafar case tournament here at House of Cards. We are off to a start here with Brandon Taylor and Braden Dodd. Braden Dodd on the upper half of the screen here, playing a Rafiki, and Brandon turn 2 with a Sail the Azurite Sea after playing a turn 1, possibly into a Bell. Another Bell off of a Popsicle. See if we can get some adjustment here for the screen so we can see a little more of the playmat area. All right, I've adjusted a little bit here, so it's a little bit better viewing angle for you guys here. The Honey Lemon from Braden. Quests. So he can get on the board here for 2. And ship's turn back to Braden. Oh, no, not yet. He's got a couple more tricks here. Snakes back the Honey Lemon and replays a Diablo. How far I go. Singing with Grandma Tala. Takes a look. Looks like he pulled a develop. Brandon's going to, I think, inks the develop there. Quest with the Bell goes to 3. Plays a Beast Tragic Hero. It's a great draw engine for this Sapphire Steel. Another one of those combinations we haven't talked about a lot. We haven't been able to see it really. And you will have to forgive us. The on screen does say Braden is playing a Amethyst Sapphire, but that is not the case. It's Amethyst Emerald. See if we can update that for you guys here. There we go, a little bit better. Able to override those technical issues here. And back to the game action here. Brandon, with a develop your brain, looks at the top 2, has to decide which one he wants to keep. Unlike Grandma Tala or the How Far I'll Go, it's the same effect as Grandma Tala. Not How Far I'll Go, not getting an additional ink out of this. He drops that genie and is able to grab a additional card. staring down that Namari. Now, these two triggers will happen at the beginning of turn for Brandon. Namari will trigger where he's able to draw and discard a card, and the Beast will allow him to draw an additional card as well. See if we get that Namari up for you guys here. Apologize for the technical difficulty. The microphone audio may have been out. It should be back now. Here we go. Again, Brandon leading 8-7 against Braden. Just drops a workshop off of his Tamatoa. Happy the Clam. After, again, we saw the Namari came out, was taken out by a double crab buff off of a Madamim and Diablo combination. Namari is back with 9 cards in the discard. So a 9/5 power Namari for 5 is incredible with an additional draw trigger. There's another Pulse comes out. Brandon's going to draw off of that. He's going to workshop to draw 2. Pay 2, draw 2. Again, similar thing we saw earlier with Lucas the Hammer. He was able to do that as well with his Ruby Sapphire, but Sapphire Steel Healer able to take advantage of that as well. We're going to sing Friends on the Other Side with the Evasive Genie. Keeps him safe and gives Braden 2 more cards to the hand. Then it's going to hit the Wrong Lever, another new card. That's one, again, that I've been talking about a couple times. I've seen it happen. Seen that card kind of pop up here and there. Pull the Lever, not Wrong Lever. There are 2 cards in Ranger Jafar that are Pull the Lever and Wrong Lever. The Pull the Lever allows you to either choose to draw 2 cards or each opponent will choose and discard a card. Both very good effects in Emerald and Amethyst. Hits the both triggers. Brandon gets them both off of Amari. It's an 11 now. 10, yeah, 10. Wow, that's a big Namari, big threat, but luckily for Braden, he is in the air. Evasive cannot be touched or challenged by other characters that do not have evasive. Braden's going to quest out to 12 here. Pay 3 for a Pete to stop any actions that Braden may be thinking about playing here for the next turn. I don't know that it really affects Braden too terribly much. Another Beast. Ooh. That's going to give him 3 draw triggers at the start of turn. And Braden's counting the lore just to see where this may land him. Braden just gives the gentleman's win here, and we're going to go to game 2. Sapphire Steel is a very good deck. Just sitting here in front of me, I have Brandon's deck list. Running 3 Develop Your Brains, 4 Paulsicles, 3 Duck for Cover, 4 Whole New Worlds, 4 Harfaro Go, 4 Sail the Azurite Sea, 4 Strength of a Raging Fire, 4 Tipo, 4 Bell, The Apprentice of Enter, 4 Pete's Game Referees, 4 of the Namari Single-Minded Rivals. So he definitely was able to get 2 of them out and had 2 more in the chamber there. 4 Grandma Talas, 3 Tamatoa Happy's a Clam, 3 of the Beast Tragic Hero, 3 Cogsworth Grandfather Clocks, the ones that are warded, and Give Resist back from Floodborn, 2 Lucky Dimes, 2 Grab Your Swords, and 2 Maurice Workshops. So, pretty good. A lot of cards here that are Sapphire Steel staples. And again, Bell is another one of those cards that are able to give you advantage and fill up the discard while replacing itself off of a Paulsicle early in the game. But again, you're cycling things to the discard. It just helps that Namari get bigger and bigger. Tragic Hero, again, we saw the way Brandon was able to stack those triggers on his turns with 2 of the Beast Tragic Heroes and an Namari. So that gives him 3 draw and 1 discard. Again, just fueling Namari more and more. So it's a really great, solid deck idea. I love the deck tech. I've tried playing Sapphire Steel, testing a little bit with it throughout the release of Ranger Jafar so far, and I do enjoy this deck a lot. We see Brandon ink a Tipo, and let's say he's just going to ink and chip the turn back. Braden with already getting a Cursed Merfolk out here. That's a good way to apply early pressure, which may be his new way of doing things. He needs to figure out that's got to do Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties with the microphone. We are back again in action. Braden here with a board state of a Cursed Merfolk, a Vase of Go-Go, and a Prince John. Brandon smartly drops the Pete games referee to prevent any discard actions from happening here on this turn for Braden. Braden has dropped another Prince John for his turn and quested for 3, going to 8. Brandon questing for 2 here and playing a Grab Your Swords. That's going to be enough to take out everybody here. Unfortunately, that is one of the downsides. Oh, there's a third Prince John that comes down for Braden and ships the turn back to Brandon. Yeah, unfortunately, that is part of the downside, though, of Emerald cards. They are typically a little fragile, and Sapphire Steel has answers for it. Another Tragic Beast coming down to fuel Brandon's draw engine here. Maybe be able to outdraw any discard that Braden's going to play. There's an Ursula Singer. He gets to take a look at the hand. There's a Whole New World. Yeah, that's an easy pick. Not only is it the only song, but I think even if it was an additional song in hand, that would still be the option there. Braden inks a Diablo and plays a Madam M. Fox to be able to challenge, take out Tipo, and pull that Ursula, the Song Sniper, back here. Quest here with Pete brings Brandon to 5. Still trailing Braden in the lure count, 8-5. Let's see. Grandfather Clock Cogsworth, that comes out again. That gives resist to everyone on Brandon's side of the board. And he needs to see that card. We do too. Don't have Braden's deck list in front of me, so I'm not able to tell you exactly what that card is. But the thing we do know about Braden is he loves to play some of the most off-suited things. That may have been Yzma. I don't believe that's correct. I'll see if we can figure out what card that is for you guys. Here comes the big Namari down again. Looks like we're singing. Maybe not. Brandon does have to think about his game action order very heavily. That's going to be how far I'll go. So 1 to the Inkwell and 1 to hand. I assume at this point he's probably digging for another one of those grab your sword so he can be able to help clear up this board. We know that every deck that runs the discard package with Prince John is never going to exert that, and with the ward, he's untouchable. Pardon me. The Brandon's Pete goes for a quest here, bringing him to 6, trying to close the gap here a little bit. It's a little bit more grindy game, mid-rangey than the other ones we've seen, where it's just kind of all gas, no brakes on the Amber Steel sides. And currently, I believe that Namari is a 6'5", according to what I can tell on the camera from Brandon's marker. They're going to take out Cogsworth. Again, also warded. The only way to get him is when he's exerted. So we'll see if that was or was not a mistake on Brandon's behalf to be able to give Braden the in there on that warded character. Drops a honey lemon. He's gonna activate it to discard. No. Yep, he does. Braden draws 1 off the Prince John trigger and plays the Curse Merfolk. All right, so let's see. Brandon's gonna get to trigger Namari first, and then the Beast. So he'll get to draw, discard, and draw. Great way to cycle cards. I'm really in love with this deck here. He's going to quest for 3, going to 9, and plays another one of those grab your swords. Did find it. Okay, so he found the other grab your swords. Clear up the board here. That's exactly what he wants. Another Pete, just to keep Braden's options limited. So that's both grab your swords gone. There's the Ursula Singer. Saw a Maurice's Workshop in hand, but no other songs for Ursula to snipe, so. And Braden will have to ship the turn back with just a Tamagogo and a Ursula on board. Namar sitting currently at 9 strength, 8 willpower, or 9 strength, 5 willpower, pardon me. A Grandma Tala comes down, look at the top 2. Brandon takes his selection to hand. That goes on the bottom of the deck. There we go. He got it right. Again, some of these effects between Grandma Tala, the Develop Your Brain, and How Far I Go, it's a little confusing which way the trigger, what card goes where. Brandon quests with Namari, Pete, and Pete for 4, going to 13. Braden's down but not out in this match. He just has to find a way around what Brandon's being able to do, which is currently drawing 2 cards and discarding a card, feeding his Namari engine, and I don't know if he's able. I think with his strategy being mostly related and revolving around discard, I think he may be on options. I think Brandon can just draw through it all. Brandon considering what to do. He has 6 ink open. And he ships the turn back. I will say we also do have the free available as well. Brandon goes back to draw. Tamagogo evasive, but he played the Ana, which will force a little bit of discard. Grandma Tala for another How Far I'll Go. I wouldn't say no one knows, but Brandon does. 1 to the Inkwell, 1 to hand. He's making that decision. Plays the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam. for 6. Looks back through his discard. He's going to grab, was it a lucky dime? If that was a lucky dime, he's running 2. If it was 1, then he may be about to close this game out. It was workshop. Okay. At least plays the workshop. He may still have, I think that was a lucky dime. It's just outside of the camera's view here. He's going to quest for 2. Going to 15. So in theory, if that was a lucky dime, Brandon can close this game out rather quickly. And I think that is the game. Brandon wins this round 2 games against Braden's Amethyst Emerald. Wow, a great showing from, again, another deck we didn't expect. Or at least we didn't see round 1 and 2. Again, this is definitely probably the secondary thought of tiers when it comes to decks you would expect to see. Sapphire Steel, an incredibly strong deck and a great showing from Brandon here. Again, Amber Steel winning 2 rounds, Sapphire Steel winning a round. And again, the other side of the boards have been Ruby Sapphire and Amethyst Emerald, which are the other decks I've expected to see. So now we're sort of in unknown territory over what we could see in the next round. All right, well, that is the end of round 3. We see Brandon winning that Sapphire Steel over the Emerald Amethyst. Great matchup here. Again, we're going to be looking forward to the next round here at House of Cards for their Reign of Jafar case tournament between what we've seen so far. It should be continue to be an exciting round 4. Stick around with us, folks. We'll be back shortly after a brief break. welcome back to the House of Cards Reign of Jafar Case Tournament. We're going into round 4 here with James Stouffer and Bruce from Team Ohana satisfying their mulligans first, and then we'll be underway. James is going to be here on the lower half of your screen with the new Hades playmat. Bruce on the upper half of your screen. Bruce inking a Pegasus to play a Diablo on his Emerald Amethyst deck. Bruce going all out with the two Curse Merfolk, a Singer Cindy. Bruce with the Madam and Fox. We're now playing a Lawrence to back up Mr. Smee. Question for 2 with Mr. Smee. Oh no, he's going to go into the Curse Merfolk, dealing no damage back to Smee, but having to discard a card, taking the 1 damage at the end of his turn. Sorry about the technical delay here. We're going to have Lawrence sing the Let the Storm Rage on the Madam M Snake. And singing Hardcast, The Strength of Raging Fire. Quest for 2 with Prince Naveen. Clears up the board against Bruce. Still trailing by a single lore. Bruce with 5, James with 4. Bruce clears the board and replays the Ursula Deceiver. Rather than clears, takes one out here. And Lawrence will quest for 2. Bianca played down. Takes James to 6. He has the lead of the game now. Pull the Lever by Bruce. The lever package incredibly popular here in the Amethyst and Emerald lineup. And Crab buff Ursula to take out Lawrence, and now James is back with the aerial Song Seeker here. Takes a gander. Bruce is going to play the Elsa to tap down Ariel and take her out with the Crab. And ships turn back over to James. James is going to play the Rhino, hardcast it for 4, and Bianca into the Merlin Crab and pass back. Bruce thinks about it for a minute, takes out Bianca, trading that with his Elsa. To play an Elsa and a Diablo just for the momentary exertion. And pass back to James. James is going to look, think, and thinks about it. Quest with Rhino for 2. Going in 9. Stretching that lead out over Bruce here. Crab's going to buff it, take out the Rhino. And quest for 1 with Diablo to 6. That's what Bruce needs to do here. He needs to establish the board, make sure he contain. Forces James to play an empty Rapunzel with no extra value off of it. Kick Cloud Kicker comes down. Cannot. Yes, he can. He can kick the Rapunzel back to hand. It is a 1 strength. And quest for 2 with the Crab and Diablo. Going to 8. Trying to keep up pace with James here. The board state is healthy for Bruce. Puts him in a good position here. James is going to sing, take out the kit, draw a card off the Let the Storm Rage on. Bruce is going to drop a Crab and a Go-Go. Quest with the Crab and Go-Go, or Crab and Diablo that was already on board, go to 10. Finally get the lead over James here. Play on Mr. Smee down. Weigh some of his options. That's his hand, and James surveying and ships the turn back to Bruce. Bruce eagerly ready to play down on Ursula. See if there's a song there. No, it's a Cindy and the Stout-Hearted and the Rapunzel. Two of those DLC promos. Lovely. Bruce weighs the option. Could he quest out here to go to 14? Gonna do the responsible thing, quest for 3 to 13, and turn it back over to James. Inks the Stout-Hearted Cinderella. Doesn't seem to be hitting all the songs you would think to be looking for in Amber Steel here. A couple, but again, Bruce being able to recover and stabilize. Having 5 bodies on board is huge for Emerald Amethyst because, like I said, again, the fragility of the Emerald characters really, really hurts them. He takes out the Diablo. He draws the card. Buffs. No crab. Takes the crab so he can buff, but it doesn't really help him much for end of turn effects here. Passes back to Bruce. Bruce is going to go ahead and take out the Rhino. That's the one drop Rhino that's there. Plays another Ursula. Oh, wow, and finds the whole new world. Rips that from the hand. That's got to feel good right here. And he will quest with Ursula to go to 14. Rapunzel's going to dip into, so he can play, I would say, play a second Rapunzel just to get the draw clean up. Yeah, that Ursula does not get banished. But he'll draw the one card. Desperate for a little card draw now that he got the whole new world ripped from his hand. Bruce at 14 with 4 characters. Going to go to Quest 3. Quest for 3 and challenge the Rapunzel. Drop the Tamagogo to go to 17, 20, and that's the game. All right, that's a huge win for Bruce there, being able to timely pull the whole new world out of James's hand and keep him from wheeling into more cards and just almost operating like a discard package, but not really. Just taking advantage of the badly timed card draw by James, or the lack of card draw rather. But we'll watch them both sit here, give the deck a quick pile shuffle. James may feel the need to have that a little bit more now that he's seen that he wasn't drawing what he needed in game 1. Both players will start to resolve their mulligans. offering final cuts and getting ready to go in here. And we are off. Turn 1 Rhino from James. Bruce playing a Inky the Goat to play a Cursed Merfolk. For the Shift Rhino, we've seen that play early and storms the Merfolks, so we're able to draw a card for James here. Again, we've seen Rhino putting in just absolute work here. This 4-drop Rhino for Amber Steel list. Oh, and takes the whole new world out of James's hand, just like before. This time a little bit earlier on. Still feels good always when you hit a target with the Ursula effect. Although resist 2 on Rhino is going to make it incredibly hard for Bruce to deal with this little hamster guy. Because, again, Emerald is not fit for fighting. It's not challenging much unless he gets a crab buff out there. There's a Troubadour singer coming down for James as he quests for 2 with Rhino. We'll see if Bruce has the crab to take out Rhino. Actually, it wouldn't even take him out. It would buff 3 and still only leave 1. Bad math there. Plays another Ursula, takes another Let the Storm Rage on, and reveals a Rapunzel. There's a Diablo down for Bruce. And he's going to ship the turn without questing. Needs the bodies, and he knows it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is round 4 of the Radio Jafar Case tournament here at Winston-Salem's House of Cards. Proud sponsor of Team Ohana, who's also coming to bring you this event today. James quests for 4, goes to 5. Again, Rhino with that 2 resist right now is huge. Essentially a little bit of a raid boss. It's going to be very hard with a 0 strength Diablo and 2 1 strength. Bruce needs to read that carefully. 2 1 strength Ursula's on board. He's going to need a fox at least. There's the crab, which is going to buff Ursula. He's going to deal with 3 there, which is going to at least disable the Rhino. Wonder if Bruce remembers that he showed the Rapunzel hand already, which he's going to be ready to take, unless he just takes it out here. He's going to have to commit that last Ursula. Inks and plays another Merfolk and ships the turn back. James has a Naveen and a Rapunzel both in hand for a 4-drop play here. But Bruce is going to play, looks like Peter Pan Shadow Finder. And quest. Going to 4. Going to ink the Pete. Play the Rapunzel. Heal the Rhino. Draw 2 off of that. That's exactly what James wanted to be able to do there. Going to take out the Merfolk, discarding a Bare Necessities to the Merfolk's ability. The Rhino will take out the Ursula. He's going to, you have to shore up the board, and like again, it's all about board control in these matchups. Bruce can't afford to lose because, again, he just doesn't have the capacity to challenge and survive. And again, Amber Steel is going to be just walloping out the damage here and there and bits and pieces from singing songs and playing free things with Naveen. Bruce challenges Rhino, takes him out with a combination Crab Diablo, draws a card, plays the Genie, draw a card again. Now that does have Rush, but I don't know if he wants to rush it. Oh, Curse Merfolk to follow up. And Quest 1 with the Peter Pan going to 5. All tied up. Ariel for James, looking for 4. Trying to find a song. Singer Cindy Cindy. He does get a string. Feels bad to toss the entire Cinderella line down the drain to the bottom of the deck, though. He can now ink and can freely sing whatever he wants between Troubadour and Ariel. Sing Strength takes out one of the evasive threats, the Peter Pan, and passes the turn back to Bruce. Bruce thinks about it here. Quest for 4 going to 9. Ticky Tacky leads here in game 2 of round 4. Ships it back in. James will dig for 4, looking for a song. Sees another singer, Cindy. Whiffs on the aerial. Has to consider now what his next move is. Looks like the next move is going to be just challenge the Merfolk and take out that pitch a Naveen to it. While Bruce is in the air, he needs hard answers here. Quest 2 with Rapunzel. Going to 9, tying this match back up. Careful consideration. He quests, goes to 10 with Ariel, and passes the turn back. Bruce drops the 5 drop Elsa, takes out an Ariel. Plays the Naveen and the free card off of the Naveen. There's a strength to take out the Genie. Again, this evasive package put in a lot of work for Bruce. It's very different than round 3 when we saw Braden running, which is more of a traditional discard style. There's a Flynn Rider, and we're going to take out the Ariel with a combination of Peter Pan and Elsa. Bruce on 11, James at 14, starting to pull ahead. West there for 6. Takes it. All right, we're split 1-1 going to the rubber match between Bruce and James here. Again, Bruce on the top half of your screen with the Team Ohana mat. James on the bottom half with the very pretty Hades mat here. Again, both competitors will pile shuffle in between here, trying to get the most randomization they can out of their decks. Both players have resolved mulligans and look like they're ready to go for game 3 of round 4. Off to the races here. Bruce dropping a Curse Merfolk, and James responding here with the Singer Cindy. James is gonna look, or Bruce will look for the songs, finds a whole new world, sees a Naveen, a Rapunzel, Smee, and Lawrence. More about getting the hand information rather than pulling the song at that point, but if you could have gotten a song that Cinderella could sing, it would have been phenomenal. Bruce quests for 2 with the Merfolk and passes the turn back to James. James will play this me, going for this classic line here. James considers his options on whether he wants to take out that Merfolk or not and pitch a card to it. Already down 1 card. Could he go? No. He doesn't want to go down 2. So he passes back to Bruce. We'll ready, set, and draw. Slowly inking a Flynn Rider to play a Peter Pan. Questing for 2 with the Merfolk. Going to 4 and passing back to James. James plays the aerial, digs for the song, looking at the top 4. We've seen 1 whiff today by James. Is there another one? No, he finds the storm. That's going to be great for him. He's going to be able to take out probably that Cursed Merfolk questing for 2 without having to discard the card and getting a card off of it. Sings the storm, takes out the Merfolk, quest for 2 with Smee. And Bruce drops the crab. Cleans up the board here off the Smee. Again, this is what James doesn't want. He doesn't want to let Bruce establish a board. That is a problem. Always. Especially with a bunch of those heavy 2 questers Bruce has. Not only the Merfolk, but we've seen a Flint Rider come on the board and go into the Inkwell in the past 2 games. That is another card that will allow him to force his opponent to discard and gain 2 lore in a quest. I believe Flynn Rider's text reads every time it's challenged, which would only be once in this case, though. Plays the Naveen. What does he get? He's going to hit the whole new world. Seen a Pete, Aerial, Shift Aerial, I believe, and another whole new world. Some of the cards James was able to get off of that.
In between rounds.
We're just going to challenge with the crab, take out the aerial. Draws off of the genie. And plays a Diablo to finish up. Like I said, again, this is not what James wants to see here. doesn't want Bruce establishing a board. The board state is very important in this matchup. Bruce with the lead, 4-2 in the lore race. Naveen's going to sing Take Out the Crab. Bruce is going to choose the buff Diablo for the turn. Won't really matter since it's not exerted and cannot be challenged by most normal means. But James does get to draw a card off of that, which is probably equally as important in this moment as getting rid of the crab. Drops another aerial here, looking for a song. Does not find one. That's the second time Ariel has let him down today on the song search. Inks up heat and passes back after questioning looking with Naveen. Bruce flares out the discard. Bruce making some decisions. Quest for one with the Diablo. Plays a Fox into Naveen, takes out Naveen with the trade, and bounces back the Diablo to hand. Inks the same Diablo to come down with a Peter Pan, which is rushed but has no target. He can freely quest, and he does, going to 7, now leading 7-2 over James in game 3. There's a shift and a Zeus. The aerial shift into Sonic Warrior. Sings Zeus to take out and pays the additional 3. Clears off the board with the Peter Pan as well. So now we have entirely flipped board states. Not a menacing presence from James, but in degree of body-wise, but that is one body, and it is a big body with a little bit of a weapon attached to it, being able to sing and deal 3 damage by paying a few ink. Pull the lever. Inks a Hercules, Bruce does. And pays that for a take out the Sonic Warrior. The wrong lever that was able to take out the Sonic Warrior. We've seen that card a number of times here today. Doesn't really take it out. It more or less it stops it here. It's able to return character to a player's hand, or put a card named pull the lever from discard to bottom of the deck. That's not really the most important part, so much as it is just returning a card to the hand. And James pulls out this big Cinderella Stouthearted, which can challenge ready characters. Bruce is going to quest to 9. And he has sort of the same effect either way, that James is going to can challenge. Oh, he pulls it back and replays with the snake bounce. But again, same situation for the most part. If James does challenge one of these ready characters, whether it's the Cursed Merfolk or Flynn Rider, who will have to discard a card, so maybe Madam M Snake would be the option there. Tamagogo is unavailable as it's evasive. Bruce is able to build back his board very quickly. Prince Naveen comes down. does James have something to play behind it? He has an long game Zeus to take out the Merfolk. And Cinderella stout-hearted. He's going to challenge the snake, take snake out. Cindy's resist 2 keeps her at full health. And Bruce will begin his turn. Drops a genie and draws. Another evasive target. Perfect to stay out of Cindy's range right now. Also plays an evasive Pegasus. Again, smart leaning into this evasive side of his deck right now when the ground game is pretty weak. Quests for 3, going to 12 here with Flynn Rider and Tamagogo. Although Gogo is evasive, and Flynn will force a discard if James chooses to attack. Challenge it. So, gonna spin 4. Heal a little damage off of Cinderella. That's right, Cinderella did have a single damage on her from the challenge with the snake. So resist 2, but it dealt 3 to her. Cinderella in a whole new world off Naveen. Jim's going to storm Tamagogo, take her out. Draw a card off of that. Still has 2 other evasive characters on the board, so Cinderella's ability to challenge a ready character does not apply here. She'll sing a Zeus, which does apply, takes out Genie. And again, the board state flips back and forth so frequently in these matchups. Passes back to Bruce. The Pegasus being evasive is big here, but again, James has shown he has multiple ways to just be able to kind of take that out with damage directly through steel songs. Bruce weighing his options carefully here. Plays the evasive Genie and draws. Again, going in the air is not a bad idea right now. Facing down that big Cinderella stout-hearted. Although playing her quest for 3 at a time is also not an ideal game plan. Bruce sinks to Crab. Slowly and deliberately. Plays a Kit Cloud Kicker to return the Cinderella to the hand. Plays another Diablo in Quest for 3, going to 15. So not presenting a win on board, but it's very close, depending on how much James can remove from Bruce's board right now. Plays a Rhino. Naveen plays that Strength of a Raging Fire takeout. The Genie takes care of one evasive threat here and opens up Cinderella's ability to take out the unexerted Kit Cloud Kicker if James chooses to, or Diablo, either one, but he's got to weigh this out. Diablo will give Bruce an additional card. He takes out the Flynn Rider, the 2-quester, discards a card to it. And he's going to Quest for 2 with Rapunzel. Only to 4, trailing by 9 lore at this point. Plays a Smee again. This board and the 1-drop Cinderella back. Board state swinging in his favor, but is it too late? Bruce has to count up a couple of lore counts and see what he can do here. Two-drop Ursula searches for a song. Oh, there's a Shift Rhino and a Rapunzel in hand. That's not good for Bruce. Plays the Peter Pan and another Peter Pan. Quest for 3, going to 18. Who's going to can Bruce close this game out? Lore on board if he had chose to challenge out, which won't get him there. Takes out the kit with Pete. Drops the Rapunzel to draw 2 cards. Looking for some more answers here. He sings the Strength of Raging Fire with Cindy to take out the 1 evasive threat. Opens up the Ursula to Big Cindy if he chooses to challenge there. He's counting up his questing lore. Takes out the Diablo. Gives Bruce 1 card. Doesn't stop Bruce from presenting a win on board. He's going to take out the Ursula either way just to see what he can see. And quests goes to 10, and Bruce will be able to quest out to 20, and that is the match. So Bruce Ohana wins round 4 against James Dover 2-1 with his Amethyst Emerald deck over the Amber Steel songs. Quite a showing now that we've seen two Amber Steel matches take the win in round 1 and 2. Round 3 that we've seen going to Brandon Taylor's Sapphire Steel, and round 4 Bruce winning with his Amethyst Emerald evasive discard, I suppose would be the theme if you had to put one on it. Good to see, though, like I said, a little bit of some of the other color combinations that Bruce taps the James's playmat, shows that, yeah, that is a beautiful playmat. Looks like it's one of the ones that were has been foiled custom, not quite the standard edition you'd find on the store shelf. Although, big props to most of the Lorcana mats you do see out in the wild, though. The Ravensburger produced ones are phenomenal. But we're going to be moving on to round 5 of the Ranger Jafar Case Tournament, brought to you in partnership with Team Ohana by our sponsor, House of Cards, here in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can come in, shop at the shop locally or online at tcgplayer.com under House of Cards Winston. We're going to take a little break before we get back to the next action of round 5. We'll be back here. Thank you for joining us here on Twitch with Team Ohana. And welcome back to round 5 of the House of Cards case tournament for Reign of Jafar. We're about to have a great time here, though. And we're just getting started here with Jeremy Walker on Ruby Sapphire and Big Tobacco on Amethyst and Sapphire Blurple, if you will. Or if you want, like I said, Amethyst, Sapphire. Both players starting to resolve their mulligans. And both players ready to start here, going into round 5. We'll see how this goes. The Sapphire Amethyst is not a combination we've seen today. We've seen Emerald Amethyst, Emerald Amethyst, and we've seen Sapphire Steel, Ruby Sapphire, and Amber Steel through these matchups, and I will denote that this is not the top table playing right now. We do see Chernobog's followers and Maui going into the inkwell here for Jeremy. But I wanted to denote this is not the top table. The top table between Zarek Zabakowski and Bruce from Team Ohana have both ID'd for round 5, so they will be waiting for their matchup in round 6. We see a Sail the Azurite Sea here for Tobacco. And he quests for one with the Chernobog follower. Does not pop it, though, to draw a card, so. There's a sail from Jeremy. And he will debate if he wants to ink the extra card or not. He will. That's a Sapphire Coil going to the inkwell for Jeremy. And ships the turn back over to Tobacco. He's going to go just quickly. Quest for 2. Play the Genie and draw. Jeremy inks a Brawl for a Grandma's Hollow. Looks at the top 2. Takes 1 to hand, 1 back to the bottom of the deck. And shifts the turn back to Big Tobacco. Tobacco will draw. Spend all 4 immediately for a Genie. Draw for that. Inks an Elsa. Or rather, it's the Bell for a Chernobog's followers. He's He's going to quest with Chernobog's followers, the previous one he had played, and banish that to draw a card. You'll will denote that Big Tobacco is playing using ink tokens rather than the actual cards. So there's some, I don't know, some type of card that he's using, maybe a Yu-Gi-Oh! It looks like Yu-Gi-Oh! Card. I can't read what card those are. I do understand that reading Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards is not important, though, so. Jeremy sings How Far I'll Go with Grim Sala on theme and gets a card exerted to the Inkwell and one to his hand. Plays a Ballsicle to draw. And Jeremy seems to be more on the DKP package of rather than workshops, which we've seen earlier in round one. That was back when Manny was playing. He was on DKP Ruby Sapphire, whereas Lucas in round one or round two was on more of the workshop variety. That can be built 2 or 3 different ways. Those are the most popular ones. That one where you use the Iden and Sharks is more of what we're seeing here versus, like I said, the one that relies more on Maurice's workshop, letting you basically turbo through your deck. Big Tobacco is going to basically fulls in here, questing for 5, going to 12. And he's going to quest and banish the Chernobog's followers. Brings him to 13. Jeremy doing the work here to keep Big Tobacco's lore total on screen accurate. I know both players are denoting it in their notepads off to the side. They're keeping track. Not used to being here at the top table with the application that lets you show it here on screen. Big Tobacco plays a rabbit. Merlin Rabbit to draw, inks the Rush Cogsworth to play 2 Diablos, and it's going to convert that into another Yu-Gi-Oh card. And turns it back over to Jeremy. Jeremy weighs out the options. Exerting 3 ink. Does he has a Sisu, so take out 1 Diablo. Tobacco will draw off of that. So it looks like he's lining up hopefully to get the big shift out of, okay, there's the brawl. Figured he had to have had one. That's what I thought originally he was exerting the 3 ink for, to take out the Genie, but he did have one either way. So takes out a Diablo and a Genie. And lines himself up, takes out the other Diablo, giving the card to Tobacco with the Tipo. But it looks like he may be preparing, hopefully, for a big shift Sisu here. That would clear the board. Again, we talked about earlier, when you run this DKP type Ruby Sapphire build, you don't really sweat it when you're down 10 lore, but when you're down 12, a little bit of a different game. That's when you're creeping in territory where you may not see the answers you need to be able to shore up 7 lore. Of course, Jeremy may already have not only a big shift Sisu in hand, but also the Pirate's Life to sing immediately, which would buy him some time. Tobacco is weighing his options here. He could quest to 17 outright. Spin 4, spin 5. In purple, that's probably going to be an Elsa. Yep, that's an Elsa. Take it out. Take out the Sisu to stop the shift line. And can still quest for 4. 17 presenting a win on board. It's going to force Jeremy to see if he can hard cast the big Sisu if he had it. Make him have it. Seven, got to ink a brawl to play that big Sisu. Yeah, made him have it the hard way around. And Jeremy's gonna just pass back. You know, he's gonna take the opportunity to quest. Go to 3. Big Tobacco plays the big Hades, inks the unusually uninkable big Sisu. Slows Jeremy down by 3. Still not presenting a win on board, but very close. All it would take is a goat, which is in his color combination. Or a white rose. I guess even a deep cut if you wanted to have the gathering knowledge and wisdom. Sapphire Coil coming down after Workshop so he can draw. Pay the 1. Going to quest here. Only 3 open ink. It's not going to prevent the win if Tobacco has it. Does he have it? Questing for 2, going to 19 in game 1. Spending 4, 8. Thinking about it. It's okay. Played the Monstro, rather. We'll see if Jeremy's got something to answer here. If not, he is out game 1. He is. All right. All right, so Big Tobacco takes game 1. With the Blurple package, the Amethyst Sapphire. I've seen this deck, a couple times. It's very fun. It's one of those ones that's some people think is maybe one of the stronger meta decks out here. Obviously, it just put in a lot of work against Ruby Sapphire, so perhaps this could be somewhere we're trending towards. It's nice to see the big Hades from Chapter 1, Infernal Schemer. See that card get a little bit of love here right towards the end of its rotation cycle. Again, rotation starts September-ish. I'm not exactly 100% of the date, with the release of Set 9 Fabled for Disney Lorcana. That's going to bring in rotation. The first 4 sets will rotate out. Chapter 1, Rise of the Bloodborne, Inklands, and Ursula's Return. Those 4 are going to rotate out, which is going to hit a lot of staples in some of these decks if they're not reprinted. There will be reprints coming in Fable. There's already a couple in Reign of Jafar. I know Captain Hook from Chapter 1 has a reprint in this set, but going forward there will be more reprints as Ravensburger kind of sees fit and decides to really re-release these cards into the meta. The only thing we did see with the release of the promo that A Whole New World would not be reprinted immediately in Fabled, so that'll hit some of the Steel songs that we've seen earlier, the Amber Steel decks that relying on that whole new world currently. Again, a Chapter 1 card that has been playable for almost 2 years at this point. So we'll definitely be fun to see what the new meta brings once that rotation hits. But again, sets 1 through 4 will be out of rotation, still eligible for the upcoming Infinity format of the game, though they'll be releasing at that time too. Once rotation starts, the Infinity format will have all cards legal, so you'll have a card pool totaling from set 1 through 9 to play with. Very interesting format. Maybe not everyone's cup of tea, being outside of a standard core format, but either way, it will bring a lot of interesting things to both of those formats, which will be legal at the time. Looks like both players have resolved for mulligans. Walker just inking and passing over to Tobacco. Tobacco inking a bell, bringing out one of them Yu-Gi-Oh cards for his ink token, and playing a Diablo turn 1. Walker inks a Brawl. Plays the Sail, staying on curve here. Inks off the Sail. Inks a Scrooge McDuck off the Sail. That's another one of those Azurite, or not Azurite Sea. That's a card from Archase's Island that is really, really done well. It shows up in a lot of these, regardless of what the other side of the pairing is for Sapphire. Shows up in a lot of these is where you can exert 4 items to pay for the cost instead of paying for ink. And when you do, you look at the top 4 and are able to grab an item to your hand that you find there. Phenomenal card, especially in the workshop version of Ruby Sapphire. We see Walker throw down the Grandma Tala, look at the top 2, make his decision rather easily. But again, yeah, like I said, in the item shop build, Scrooge McDuck is absolutely a hero, but it works very well in Amethyst and Sapphire as well. See a Peter Pan come down for Tobacco. Tobacco questing with Diablo and passing the turn. Going to 2. We're going to sing How Far I'll Go. This is a familiar line for Ruby Sapphire. Thinking about where he's putting where. Of course, 1 goes to hand, 1 goes to the Inkwell Exerted. And 1 there to the bottom. Off the second Grandma Tala. Yeah, of the cards you see on board currently, between Grandma Tala, the How Far I'll Go, Diablo, and Peter Pan Shadowfinder, those are the only one in there now are Diablo and Iago are the only 2 that you see that will be available post rotation. So again, that's going to shake up how these games are going pretty heavily. I got to think Amber Steel will lose the Song Search Aerial A Whole New World confirmed anyways. As we see another How Far I'll Go being played, sang by Grandma Tala. But again, a lot of those staples will be rotated out. No Singer Cindy, none of the Storm Rage On or Strength of a Raging Fire. Along Came Zeus. All of those will rotate out with this new meta starting in September. So we'll see what it looks like. Amber Steel may or may not be as prevalent. Other decks, again, that are going to be hit hard by this are one that we've not seen today, Ruby, Amethyst Ruby. Not really seen a lot of it lately, but again, it's had ups and downs. We see a Possible play by Walker. Get ink off the workshop. Pay the 1. Yeah, Ruby Amethyst is going to be one that we'll see a lot of shake up in when the meta changes as well. Again, certain parts are not going to be available anymore. Most of the older cards, and they still run like the Maui Hero to All. Be Prepared is a big one that a lot of people are looking forward to potentially being reprinted in later decks, as it's one of the only board wipes, and a lot of other things. We see Tobacco Inc., a Madam and Fox quest for 3. It's going to 7. Walker helping the technical side still there. And just sending the evasive Rush Genie into Ramatala for 2. And passing the turn back. Here we go. We see workshop again off of another Paul Sickle. So Walker can see 2 cards. Quest with Grimatala. Walker's on the board, down 6 though, and he drops the Be Prepared behind it. Again, one of those staple cards we were just talking about that will be rotating out with the release of Disney Lorcana's Fabled. Unless it's reprinted, in which case, I feel like it's one of those cards that is a necessary evil and has to exist. No other way to completely clear a board and get back into a game. Every card game needs one. Big Tobacco replaying an evasive Genie, passing back to Walker, who plays the Grimatala, looks at the 2 cards, and has to decide. I sailed as right C from Walker. Dang, we haven't seen a Maui Shark yet. He's passed his summoning. He hardcasted that Be Prepared. So we know he's able to play that. Some other threats, McDuck Manors, the Pirate's Life to keep Big Tobacco in check just aren't coming out here. Walker, Tobacco, he quests for 2, going to 9. Plays 3 for a Madam M. Fox to bounce back the Genie. Inks another Cogsworth. And replays the Genie to draw a card. That's going to summon up another one of those Blue Eyes White Dragons. He passes the turn back to Walker. Walker looking at all the cards in his hand. Checks his discard. There comes out the Tamatoa for Walker. There's one of those staple cards we need to be seeing in Ruby Sapphire right now. He's going to have to get back in. This is down 8. This sings the how far I'll go. I think it's the third one we've seen this game. Tap 1 for a popsicle. Draw. Does he shop it? He will pay the 1. Ink and play a popsicle. Yeah, there it is. Second one for the workshop. Inks a Maui hero to all and passes back to Tobacco. He's going to draw. Take a look here. Quest for 3. Going to 12. 8 for the big Hades to take out Tamatoa. Walker plays a Sapphire Coil. It's usually a good indicator that he's got a Sisu in hand he's looking to be able to spike something with. Right now, his only option would be to drop it and take out the Genie. Feels like a bit of overkill for a remove 1/8 for 8 ink. Vitalosphere pays the extra 1 to workshop it. Considers. Inks Tamatoa shrinks down the Genie and plays the small Sisu for a banish. Trades the Tala into the Fox, so now it's a 1v1 back on the board. Still down 11 lore for Walker. He plays the 7 for the Lucky Dime. He's not able to trigger it yet, but if he has another Tamatoa in hand, which I'm pretty sure he does because he inked the 1. You typically don't ink the Tamatoa unless you have the other one. Big Tobacco goes to 14. Big Tobacco plays Bell, the 5-drop Bell, and the Iago, the giant Vanish Parrot. So I don't know if Walker can get away with this right now. All 3 of these characters are too big to be handled by a Shift Sisu. And even with the other Tamatoa in hand, it's only going to hit for 7. Would still leave him in a major deficit of 8. Pardon, 6. Another Sapphire Coil. Pays 1 for the workshop. Counts up his ink. Walker thinking. He's not inking for turn, so he's got two coils to trigger. Here's the other Tamatoa. He's going to trigger 1 on each of those. And is he looking for the Sisu shift? He is. I believe that's... Yep, there it is. That's the 6. Takes those 2. Can't hit Hades, though. It's a 3 strength character. So I have to do it the hard way. And with a couple of spots left, he's going to crack a popsicle to heal. Play another workshop. Still have 2 open ink, so he could still activate the dime if he wanted to. Just making sure he's correct in that thinking. No, does not want to do the dime. Okay. Hades gives him 2 additional cards. Dropping double Diablos. Not presenting a win on board yet. Only 18 lore. Walker's going to need an answer. And he has it in Be Prepared. That's going to clear off the board. He's got a ton of ink left. Counts up what he can play and still dime. So big time Matsoa. That comes out. He's going to grab a card back from his discard to hand, an item. 2 left. He's going to time Tamadoa for 6. Going to 8, or 7 rather. Stay in school. Math is hard. So he's cut the lead in half very quickly, but he's got to answer this the right way. Genie, Big Tobacco, has to be careful here. It's not impossible for Walker to get 13 lore here. He ships it back, not presenting a win. Only go to 18. See if Walker can turbo something out here. Plays the popsicle that he got back from Tamatoa. See, he's counting it up. He knows he's got to make this count. And he will. Walker with a Tamatoa win out of the blue. And brings this to game 3. Both players ready to resolve their mulligans and start game 3. Here we go. Big Tobacco makes a Yu-Gi-Oh card, turns it in for a Box Followers. Walker considering the play. Inks the Azurite C for Popsicle, so hopefully he has the second one in hand. Cracks the Popsicle for a bell. Haven't seen that play from Walker yet today, but we have seen that play several times. And Inks then plays 2 Diablos from Big Tobacco. He's quested for one with the Chernobog before cracking it, obviously, as it's a prerequisite for drawing the card. Inks a Vitalosphere from Walker. Plays Tipo. It's going to ink a second card for the turn. And that does come in exerted. He's able to only quest. He's thinking about it, though. Quest with Bell. It's going to take him to 1 to tie up Big Tobacco. Big Tobacco could play a turn 3 Crab and eliminate Bell in a challenge, but and Tobacco Quest for 2. Plays the Fox. He's going to take out Bell with the Fox, and yes, that's a trade. And he's got to pass back to Walker. Walker's going to be ready to go here. He's going to take out the Diablo, give the card to Big Tobacco, just to clear the board state up. Ink a Bell to play Hardcast that Scrooge we already had on screen here. Again, could have exerted 4 items to pay for it, and if he had the 4 items, he does not, but he still is able to look at the top 4 to grab an item, which is a Sapphire Coil. Big Tobacco plays the Genie and passes back to Walker. Walker's going to spin 3 for a workshop. Just put in the work, no pun intended for him, through game 1 and 2, really. But netting him the win off the Tamatoa in game 2. He inks a Sapphire Coil, plays a Popsicle to go ahead and pay the one off the workshop to draw another. Walker's going to quest a 3, then ship the turn back to Big Tobacco. Big Tobacco plays a card that I'm having trouble picking up on camera here. But I assume it is a Disney Lorcana card and not a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Walker plays another workshop. So he triggered the workshop off the workshop. completely legal play if he wishes to pay the 1. Inks the big Tamatoa for Paul Sickle so he can, yes, draw and trigger 1 workshop, trigger 2 workshops, and see 3 cards. And with Donald, he's going to sing How Far I'll Go, see his 4th card, 5th card of the turn, 6th card, really, when you consider the draw for the beginning phase. So that is just diabolical. Quests with Tipo. We're going to see Big Tobacco turn those cards sideways. Take his lore total to 9. And play Rapid Follow before he ships back to Walker. Nope, not done yet. No, he's going to exert 1 to play a Diablo. Ink an Iago. And he will turn it back over to Big Tobacco, or to Walker. Top of your screen, Jeremy Walker. Bottom, Big Tobacco here in round 5 of the Reign of Jafar case tournament here at House of Cards in Winston-Salem, who are a proud sponsor of Team Ohana. Appreciate you all joining us here today as we watch Scrooge McDuck take out that 1 card that I said cannot make out the artwork on it. Just a little dark on there for me. And gonna play a Grandma Tala. Look at 2 more cards. 1 to hand, 1 to bottom of the deck. Appreciate you letting me know that's a Donald Duck was the card that Big Tobacco had played. Couldn't make out there. I appreciate that. Thanks, chat. Walker's getting some questing in. 5 down, 5 to 9 in the lore race against Big Tobacco here, though. Turn it back over. Tobacco going in for 2 to 9, or rather to 11 from 9. There's a myriad of cards just off of the rip there. 2 Chernobyl followers and 1 of the Diablo. And just turns it back over that point to Walker. He's digging. He's got something big coming. Count that ink up like you do when you play Ruby Sapphire. Big Sisu drops that, just clears the board, but how many cards does Big Tobacco get off of that? 3 for all 3 Diablos. Walker's going to quest for 3, going 8, so he's down but not out. With being able to clear the board and quest in the same turn is huge right now. Could be very pivoting. You're watching round 5 of the Reign of Jafar case tournament, by the way, here at House Cards in Winston-Salem. Walker's going to ink and pass, closing out his turn. Down 3 lore now. again. Big Tobacco taking out Sisu with the Hades, sending it to the Inkwell, the Shadow Realm. Walker looking to cash in on this lead here. Plays a Sapphire Coil. Triggers both workshops. Two more. Well, it is a Vitalosphere. And hits the workshop for 1, hits the workshop for 2. 3 ink left. He's not inked for turn yet. Finally does. Hits a Tipo. Plays another Sapphire Coil. Draws off the workshop. Off the workshop. Quest for 2. Thinks about it. Makes it 3. Goes to 11 to tie it up. Big Tobacco back on the plate here. Not in the worst shape. The Hades Infernal Schemer is a 6-3 or a 3-6 body. Quest for 2, so he can take a hit or two, but that else is going to come in. Rush, take out Tipo. Try to shore up the loose ends here. Plays Niago. He now can freely quest for the 2. Goes to 13. And Walker readies up. He can take out the Hades. Elsa is in the air, though she's evasive, so unable to be interacted with through regular challenging. He inks a Brawl. It's going to take down Hades, take down Iago. Does he have a big Sisu? Yeah. Big Sisu time. Clears the board again. Same maneuver. Classic play out of Ruby Sapphire. Again, still able to quest for at least 2 lore. Plays a Fishbone Quill and chops it for 1. Quest for 2. Goes to 13, ties this back up. Bell and Iago to come back out, start rebuilding some board state here. Is this Blurple Amethyst Sapphire going to have enough gas and interaction? Kind of wondering about it now. He's got to play with a fine balance here, where he's challenging enough to keep Walker off of a winning lore total, but also being able to advance his game state too. Walker questing to 15. Quest for 3. Going to 18. And keeping the Donald Duck up, or the Scrooge McDuck upright, and plays down a big Tamatoa to present way more than a win on board. And there it is, the symbolic handshake as Jeremy Walker takes game 3, winning round 5 of the Jafar Case Tournament here at House of Cards. Big Tobacco putting up a stellar battle here. Just not able to come back from getting the board wipe twice off the big Sisu. And of course, the final nail in the coffin, the Tamatoa so shiny coming down, just really saying you got it or you don't. And again, as I just said a few minutes ago, Sapphire, Amethyst, not a ton of ways to interact and have spot removal outside of the Hades creating ink. So there we have it. That's round 5. So we now stack up the wins that we've watched on camera. 2 wins for Amber Steel Song, a Amethyst and Emerald win for Bruce Ohana, who has ID'd round 5 with Zarek. So they are both going into Top Cut happy. We will be looking forward to the next round here. So we will be back momentarily again here at House of Cards for the Reign of Jafar Case Tournament, going into the next round. Welcome back to the House of Cards, Reign of Jafar Case Tournament, Round 6. We have Lucas versus Dan Tran. And already off to a hot start, Lucas with a Vital Sphere turn 1. Turn 2, Tipo. Dan going to quest and banish the Turnbox followers to grab a card. And then sail the Azurite Sea. Apologies. Yeah, there we go, and he gets the extra card to play a Diablo. Luke is playing the Scrooge McDuck, searching an item. Pass about to Dan, who's going to rush in with Peter Pan and quest for 1 with Diablo. Take out the Tipo. Dan playing out a Genie, drawing the card, and questing for 2. Going to 4 here. Luke's immediately going to just take out the Diablo. Crack a Popsicle just to be able to play that, get a little bit of value out of that Tamatoa. Dan drops a Diablo and a Bell. No damage counters to really... Well, he could have moved some damage counters, but... Is that only on shift? I don't think that's only on shift. Yeah, there's the Bell. The yep, there she is, and that was a trigger that I suppose he just didn't want to hit there. Lucas sings "How Far I'll Go," plays the small C Sue, takes out a Diablo. Lucas looking for a little information here. Oh, he's down 3-7 in the lore race against Dan. There's another Mystic Bell, and that one does move the counters. He was just holding on to those. Wasn't necessarily a missed trigger, just a denied trigger. He goes to 12. He drops a Popsicle to draw 1. Gets another one off the shop. Lucas going to dive straight into the Bell Crack Popsicle to heal it off. And brawls the Genie. Big Hades coming down for Dan and clearing up a little bit of trouble here off the Tamatoa. $15-4 in favor of Dan. Not quite presenting a win, but being up 11 is a big help. You got a gap to take a turn if you need it. It's not quite push come to shove here. Luke is indicating he's coiling Tamatoa, the Big Hades. And he cleans up all the traffic here. A rabbit from Dan grabs the draw. One more for Rush Cogsworth to take out the Scrooge and draw another card. Following all that up with the Evasive Genie to draw yet another card. Seeing 4 cards on a turn is pretty good. Lucas spreading out the discard, checking as he drops the Tamatoa So Shiny to grab a Popsicle. Replay that Popsicle. Ink first, coil, play the Brawl, take out the Genie. There's the Popsicle. Does he shop it? It looks like he will. And exerts 4 to play the Scrooge McDuck. Checks it out. He grabs a Popsicle out of there, back to hand. Hades comes down for Dan, takes out the Tamatoa, swaps it out for a Rush Fox. And he's at 16. Popsicle for Lucas. Sapphire Coil. Draw off of a shop for it. He shrinks the Cogsworth, takes out the Cogsworth. Plays a Lucky Time. Plays a Popsicle, draws. Shops it for 1. He shops it for 2. Plays Vitalosphere and passes. He's looking to hit that Tamatoa. Dan's at 17. Can't quite see the entire board state about how Lucas could get there, but he may be able to. Bell cracks 1 item. Coils into a big Sisu. And he's going to quest for 1. Lucas going to 5. Still puts him in a pretty good spot. He's going to dime for another 1. Or dime for 2. Rather, he dimed for 3 off of the Sisu. Request. Lucas drops the Tamatoa, and that is going to be game. Just like that. Both players getting ready here for game two. Lucas coming from behind with the big Tamatoa item swing off of a dime. Here we go. Dan dropping a Chernamux followers following Lucas's Vital Sphere. Sail the Azurite Sea. Into a Diablo. A Tebow comes down from Lucas. He's surveying what Dan's going to do here. He plays the Iago, the evasive vanishing illusion. Sends Tipo into Diablo to give Dan a card, but clear up a board space a little bit. Another Iago comes out for Dan. He's just going to quest for that one. Go to 4. Lucas plays a handful of items down here. Back to Dan, who's going to quest for 2. Oh, he's hitting all the gas. Bell, Accomplished Mystic, and a Diablo off that turn. Lucas will coil Bell and take her on out. Passes back to Dan. Dan quest for 3. Going to 9. Just under the 50% mark for Dan. Drops a Tipo as well. Passes back to Lucas. See Sisu come down, pop the Diablo. Lucas with the how far I'll go. Gets to see 2 more cards off of that. Another Sisu there. Oh boy. Takes both Sisus by dropping a Elsa of the Spirit to exert one and be able to rush into it. 10 Lord differential here for Dan. Lucas chops twice. Inserts 4 items to play for Donald Duck. Or Scrooge McDuck, rather. Wrong Duck. Looks at the top 4. Finds a Great Stone Dragon. Chops off of another coil. Quest for 1 with Tipo. Goes to 3. Dan spends 3 to rush in. The Tipo takes him out with Peter Pan Shadow Finder. Quest to 15. Oh, Lucas plays a big Sisu, clears the board. Quest for 1 off Donald or Truge gets Hades. Cracks up also plays it back. Brings it to hand. Plays it. Does he shop it? He'll shop it once. Consider he'll shop it twice. And plays another Scrooge for free off the item exertion. Finds a Popsicle. Quest for 1 with the Scrooge. Ooh. Dan drops another Hades quest with Hades. Takes care of the Tamatoa crab problem. Lucas takes out the 1 Hades. With Dan knocking on the door, he'll crack a Popsicle. And with the availability of a coil, he's able to hit the Hades for removal with Brawl. Drops another Tamatoa. It's so shiny. Popsicle. Don't think he can shop it after that. There's another Hades. Wow. What a play. Lucas is down 3 Hades at this point, or 3 Tamatoa So Shinies. Maybe run out of win cons. He's going to shop for 1, shop for 2. Inks a Tipo. Oh, and so he's able to brawl that one. He had the same answer too. Cracks 1 item for a bell. And quest for 2. Takes Lucas to 7. He's still down 10. With Dan knocking on the door, but an empty board. Lucas plays 1. Shops and Vitalosphere. Peter Pan Shadow Finder for Dan. He's counting up all those items. One more for Paul Sickle. Drops a shop. Plays Tamatoa. And wow, Lucas does it again with a huge Tamatoa item time swing. Well, that is one of the ways that Ruby Sapphire likes to win. Is I likes to just that blink of an eye. Tamatoa coming in swinging for 12, and that is all she wrote in this round. Lucas takes this game 2 rather, and wins 2-0 against Dan Tran. Phenomenal performances here today. We've seen from our Ruby Sapphire and Amber Steel, as well as our Emerald and Amethyst players as well. Wow, absolutely incredible here, round 6 of the Reign of Jafar case tournament. Brought to you by House of Cards in Winston-Salem. If you're in the area, you should check out House of Cards, located in Winston-Salem off Country Club Road, or shop online at TCG Player through House of Cards Winston on TCG Player. We will take another brief break as we get ready to line up, and look, we're going into Top Cut here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the top 8 of the House of Cards Reign of Jafar case tournament. We have Matt and Zarek, both of Ohana, Team Ohana, in the top 8 here. They are realigning their mats a little bit just so we have a little better view here. Zarek with the popsicle off of his sail, the Azurite Sea, playing against Matt Steel Song. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Got everybody on the same page, trying to readjust things to be as well as they can for you. Matt's going to quest to 1 with the Cinderella Singer, the Ballroom Sensation. And we're going to see a Scrooge McDuck from Zarek. See if he can eke something out here on the... Matt's going to dig down for a song with Ariel. He finds a whole new world. So that may be his next turn here. We'll see. Quest for 3. And Mr. Smee takes the damage accordingly. Zarek's going to ink the Vitalosphere. Ink the sail for turn. Play a Popsicle. And take out Smee with Scrooge McDuck. Instantly heal him up with Popsicle. Matt drops the Naveen. Well, that's to 5. Maui into Cinderella, takes her out completely.
Are you online?
And Matt hits a whole new world off Naveen.
Oh, it's Matt and Zarek.
Yeah. Matt drops one of the rhinos. The one dropped rhino there. Ships the turn back. Plays the Popsicle to draw.
Did Matt Pete last turn? Did he Pete last turn?
No. Yeah, he did last turn. Yeah,
Oh, that's crazy.
yeah. He's kind of stuck here. range. What's he looking for right here?
Some way to draw. I'm gonna say you did.
Everybody, if you're watching the stream, we got Lucas Valley here earlier, competitor from Team Ohana, was in the tournament earlier, has been eliminated, but he's joined us here on the stream for a few minutes.
Hello, nice to see y'all.
And you played Ruby Sapphire today, so what do you see from Zarek right now that, what do you see that he's doing right? What do you see that maybe he's doing that's questionable?
I don't know, the bells are a little interesting. Keeping items out seems to be pretty good, and keeping Maui alive would be nice. If Matt plays a Storm right here, Storm's pretty good on this Maui, or the Sisu even.
Yeah, I would probably target the Sisu just to eliminate the possibility of the shift. Guess Matt's on the same wavelength.
He's got no items on the board, doesn't he?
Nothing right now. I think he's got 2 Popsicles in. Oh, Hardcast one to take out Maui. So
I mean, if you're in Zarek's position, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yep.
King of Pete? Ooh.
Playing the Lawrence out.
Interesting.
And a lot of things, there's a coil. Something I've noticed all day and I've been talking to people about is that it seems when you're playing Ruby Sapphire, especially this type of build with the items and workshops, you don't really mind getting down too much on lore early in the game because you know you're able to just come right back. We watched you snap back for 8 lore earlier in one motion, so...
Yeah, I had the Toa dime for 12 for game.
Yeah, that was a good one. But like I said, so is that part of it is it just doesn't concern you to get down too early?
Yeah. I mean, especially now that Matt's only down 5-0. I mean, Zarek's probably in his best case scenario right now, staring down Pete Lawrence. He's got to feel so good right now.
Challenge there.
There's Toa.
Bringing back those Popsicles.
And once the engine gets rolling with Ruby Sapphire, it's just so hard to stop.
Yeah, like I said, that's sort of what I was saying earlier. Is like if you're down 10 lore, it's kind of the only really point where you start to sweat a little bit once you get over that hill where you're kind of halfway there. Rapunzel to heal up.
With Amber Steel, it's honestly not like too scary just because they don't have like any instant lore gain. So you kind of just have to kill everything. Wow, we're inking strength and passive. That wheel must have not done very good for him.
No, hit that off of aerial early. Yeah, that was off of aerial early, so yeah, he had to figured he needed to play it out. Greatstone Dragon's another card that's came back into this list. Was around a couple sets ago, but now it's back in play. Do you find it beneficial as far as for the extra ink, or more so just another item to have for a Tamatoa swing?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's normally the extra ink, because my list played no preps and 4 Sisu, so the extra ink every time was kind of the only reason you were able to Sisu boards away every single time.
There's one of those free Scrooge.
Yep.
And, he grabs a dime off of that.
That's got to feel pretty good.
With Tamatoa already on the board, so that puts pressure on Matt to get rid of Tamatoa.
Matt's in a rough situation right now. The cool thing with Ruby Sapphire, too, is the ability to develop boards is so nice now, playing everything for free. I mean, you played a Scrooge for free, you played Bells for free.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can't understate how much that helps you. I mean, like I said, turn 1 getting a 3/3 body off Bell is incredible.
Yeah.
Especially when it just replaces off of a Popsicle.
Especially into like your aggro matchups and your faster matchups, being able to Bell turn 1 is so good. And there's a brawl.
You see, we did see a couple other players earlier on stream running more like the DKP list, like with Shark Action, and it seems that sort of the way you can swing under that a little bit easier than you can this list, because again, this list doesn't really want to develop early. It'd rather be a late game thing.
Yep.
So like you said, yeah, that helps your aggro matchups being able to play Bell. There's a Zeus to take out that Tamatoa. Can't let him get a free dime out.
Oh.
One of the big rhinos there. Or is it?
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's the big rhino. It's color shifted.
With double coil out. It's going to be a tough one to push there.
Great Stones away the Tamatoa.
I was going to say, we also have a 0 strength Rhino now with double coil out, and we didn't really do anything. Oh wow!
Another
okay.
coil.
All right, so we got another
Double
6-drop Toa.
I mean, I assume if you're gonna ink the one, that you've got another one in hand.
Probably. I think he inked it with Greatstone too.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Which again, like you said, is free. Yeah, just free stuff. Zarek's still behind in the lore race, but I mean, threatening a lot with 8 items out.
Leaving a Singer then is pretty good.
Yeah. The only thing that he really needs to watch for is for Matt to try to wheel away that one dime. Are you on 2 dime?
1.
1 dime.
Just the 1, yeah.
I've seen the variants today, looking over deck lists of 1 to 2, but it's kind of 1.5. Oh, there it is.
And we had a Sisu in hand. Oh, that would have been rough.
So that's probably the best play Matt can make right now.
Yeah, he really does. Has nothing going on.
Plays a fresh Pete.
I'm gonna be honest. Even with Pete on board, I don't. If Zarek can just get to a Sisu, the board gets cleared for free here.
Yep.
We got triple coil.
He's checking the discard. Yeah, with the Greatstone out and triple coil, everything. Yeah, it's just
Sisu eats everything alive. Yeah. There's no need for prep anymore. Oh, we're looking for the deck out here. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, he's counting cards in his bag.
He's worried how many more wheels we'll see.
If you're Matt, you certainly need to be thinking about, is a deck out possible?
He may have grabbed a Sisu off that.
He's thinking.
Oh yeah, some of these turns they've gone really long. There we go, gonna quest and play a free shop.
It's never a bad thing. Free items is always nice.
I'm sure he'd rather have been the dime, but like you said, I mean, the ability to be able to turbo through your deck with double workshop and a popsicle has been a phenomenal move. I've watched several times today.
Yeah, I think we have the big Sisu in hand.
There it is. I thought that's what he managed to grab off the Tala.
Yeah, if you're in Matt's position, I'm not sure how we're coming back from this.
Down, but not out.
Yeah, the scary thing was, like, with red-blue, we always figured Pete was a scary card, and then we found out we placed 4 Sapphire Coil and a Greatstone Dragon, and
he finds the wheel.
Uh-oh. I wonder how many cards Zarek has left in deck. Cindy.
And a Veen for the free wheel.
Zarek's hand, honestly, was not the greatest.
No, yeah, he's not too upset to see it go away.
No, I would not be. He really needs 8-drop Toa. That way the 6-drop just plays the thing out for free, the dime. If we get 8-drop Toa, I think we have almost game.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
8, 10. Yeah, we have game if we have 8-drop Toa. Because you can add back dime, Toa Quest, play the dime for free.
Yep.
Easy enough. We just need 8-drop Toa.
Just start the loop and it's good to go. Not have it?
I think we might.
Okay.
4, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. We might have not drawn the 8-drop Toa.
Yeah, it needs the one piece for sure.
That is the most vital piece here.
And he's only got so much ink to work with. I mean, it's a lot of ink, but only so much if you're trying to dig.
I think we're also afraid of another wheel. Because our deck looks so slim right
there
now.
There you go.
It doesn't look like we grabbed it.
Derek is in a little bit of a spot, but not bad. There's a big
Another one, yeah.
So yeah, no Toa, but still, I mean, he's still in control.
I was gonna say another 3-quester is probably what Zarek needed right here.
Again, I mean, you can dime that, and you're shooting up to 16. You're still gonna get game.
Yeah, I think he's got game on board for next game, and I'm not sure how Amber Steel actually gets through this kind of board.
Just getting the insurance out here.
Guaranteeing the win next turn. There's no way this board gets cleared.
He doesn't drop the dime. Just okay.
Yeah, I think the dime's still in the discard. Let's place 2.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the game. Zarek takes game 1.
Like I said, after a second, just sort of you let the wheels kind of spin, and once it gets going, like you said, it's hard to stop.
Another wheel, and I think that probably would have decked Zarek out, actually.
That may have been Matt's main strategy here.
It's not a bad strategy to have. The deck just draws so many cards. Decking somebody out is like never a bad idea, honestly.
Now, what do you think is the worst matchup you have with this Ruby Sapphire list?
Discard.
Are you sure?
Discard.
I mean, like you say, you don't feel like you're able to. If you establish though and are able to get your draw engine going, do you feel like you can just kind of just slug through it? But
yeah, I played against Amethyst Emerald today and was able to like very closely churn through it. That's because of Big Sisu. Then I played against what else did I play against? Emerald Steel, and that went terribly.
Well, like I said, I mean, yeah, discard is definitely still hard. You know, again, because you got to be online before you can really work around it.
And by that time, they normally have a shifted Diablo already on field, so it just feels terrible to give them cards.
Yeah, it's going to make it all the worse for you.
They gain cards, and then they aren't just allowed to pick your hand for free. It's just, it's not fun.
Still, discard has been a questionable mechanic ever since, back in the Bucky days.
Yeah, even with Bucky gone, Prince John is a very, very strong card.
It is. I mean, especially with, the double singer Ursula.
Oh, God, yeah.
So how do you see these things changing as we approach September and have our rotation? We've talked about it a little bit earlier, but I mean, the parts of Ruby Sapphire that go away, your Popsicles will be the first thing off the block.
Be Prepareds are gone. The A-Drop Sisu is gone. So I'm interested to see if they reprint some type of board wipe. I would assume Be Prepared would be the one to get reprinted, but
we were saying it's that was my thought earlier. It's a necessary evil in every type of card game. You got to have something that just resets everything. And we were saying the Emerald or Amethyst Steel, like it loses
Whole New World.
Yeah, Whole New World. Amber Steel loses Whole New World. The Singer Cindy, the Aerial Search cards. So it's going to be interesting and see how many of these, like, what kind of the current lists stick around. But again, like you said, it's going to depend entirely on reprints.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm interested to see what cards they actually reprint, because I think that'll determine the entire meta. Oh, we don't have Bell.
No Bell.
Bear on 2 is very good.
Is he going to take a sale here or a brawl?
Brawl feels like the correct play.
Yeah, because he has 2 sales already.
So there's no point in ripping
the shop takes the shop.
Workshop's not terrible either. I mean, it's like his entire draw engine. Without Workshop, the deck kind of struggles to draw cards.
So tow it down for the sale.
We knew that was in hand.
The other sale. Okay. Nothing to follow it up with either, so.
Okay, well, that makes sense on why we didn't grab the Brawl.
Yeah. Lawrence comes down.
Maybe we just didn't have Singer Ariel.
Now, I haven't seen Matt do. We saw the Rhino earlier, but we watched Corey on stream earlier. Another Amber Steel player. That Rhino turn 1 Rhino shift is so strong, and especially into these decks that churn a little slower, they're able to just kind of get you going faster. Like, kind of surprised Matt's not leaned into that, or maybe just not drew the right cards for it.
Yeah, especially since Zarek is like not set up any. Oh wow, okay. No coil has been set up yet, so it's like kind of interesting how we haven't leaned into it yet. Rhino seems insane right now.
Yeah, he would definitely help here. Like I said, yeah, Zarek's not. He's clunking a little bit, but I mean, he's still not out of it.
Yeah, he's honestly, to be fair, he's really not doing too much. Ripping the workshop's always nice because it's like, oh wow, you can brawl. It's like
It just ships the turn back too. Wow.
yeah, it's Ruby Sapphire's only real way to draw ever since Hiram. I'm interested to see if we drew prep though. If we have
He
Be
may be
Prepared,
building up for it.
okay, so we're probably going to Rapunzel here and try to draw into another bear. Bear necessities would be good at least, so we can.
Top
Okay,
heat,
well,
just
that's
as good.
Yep.
Matt quests out to 9, 10. It's going all the way.
Ursula should have quested because Cindy sung bear necessities.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did
Yeah.
after. There we go. So yeah, take away the Rapunzel value, and set up your Tamato there.
It is a good way to do it. So we currently have 2, 4, 6, 7 lore on board. If we have another Pete, we're probably in good hands.
Ink a Rhino.
Question for
West all
7.
the way
Go
out.
to 17, and we're passing.
He's anticipating the prep.
Yeah. It's a good anticipation. 17 to 0, though, is a little scary.
That's pretty far out. Like yeah,
Yeah.
that's got you thinking.
Last game, we were only at 5-0. Now it's 17-0.
And this list's not running any Pirates' lives.
No.
So yeah, you don't get that kind of comfort of saying, oh well, I can draw Pirate's Life and
Come
reset
back.
it a little bit, yeah, and stall out.
And majority of people do not play Shark anymore. The Shark variants are they're a little too slow, and there's no consistent draw engine. You only have Toa and Popsicle. There's no workshop items, so it's
No.
yeah.
Like I said, it's weird. Like I said, those just seem to be the two flavors. It's either Shark Actions or workshops.
And there comes
Oh.
Be Prepared. Reset the board.
That's be prepared. That was just in time.
I wonder how many cards Zarek has in hand.
It doesn't matter now. It's 7.
Oh, wow. We got rid of 2 big Sisus, though. That's
Oh.
got to feel pretty impressive. Now we're going to 8 cards in hand.
This may be Matt's to fumble away because
If I'm Zarek, I think this is exactly what I wanted to happen. Getting a fresh 7 is very, very good.
Yeah, the cards he's seen has not supported him so far, so. Hideaway down, and
Oh. To be fair, Zarek's in a position where he needs to dig for every sort of removal he can get because he needs to probably clear everything that hits the board.
yeah, he has to answer after answer after answer
Yeah.
right now.
And developing his own board at the same time.
Hard to do, but easier in Ruby Sapphire.
If only DJ was playing Amber Steel.
that would be pretty nice to see the zoologist at work.
He didn't want to show up knowing I would be here. Are we grabbing? It looks like we're grabbing Coil. Yeah, we're grabbing Coil. That's definitely a good start into removing everything. However, we lost 2 big Sisus on that wheel. At most, we've got 2 left. But seeing as he's on Be Prepared, we probably only have 1 left, I would assume.
Yeah, that top end got a little split to it probably.
Yeah.
Just got to tidy up the board a little.
Yeah, when you get all those items, it's kind of a pain. Okay.
Okay, so the prep won't matter if he has it.
So it comes down to you need Sisu.
Yep.
It's Sisu or bust here.
And again, like you said, possibly 2 left. No shift target either, so it's going to be full price.
Yeah, and then
So is it,
Matt still would get to go to 18 because he realistically can only ramp or ink 1 time. Since we're under Pete, we can't sail.
you
I
know,
haven't seen Quill yet, so I do not think he's on Fishbone Quill.
don't think there's a Quill in Zarek's list.
Yeah. However, we do not need Fishbone Quill now. It all comes down to do we have Big Sisu, and I think we do.
Yeah, there it is. Save the day for now.
That might be the momentum swing Zarek needed, honestly.
Quest for 2, going to 4. I mean, down 13, but He said that's the thing about Ruby Sapphire. It's just not over till it's over.
Yeah. That's Sisu coming down, showing some life for Matt, too, for sure. Getting a 3-quester is what he really needs here. Inking Strength playing Rhino. So we're asking for more removal here.
He's going to make Zarek have it each and every time.
The funny thing is we can ink and Little Sisu the Rhino away, oddly enough.
Not a bad plan.
No.
Could do that and brawl the aerial. And
We're going to sell. We're going to look for some more cards. See if we can't find what we need.
The ability to just turbo through and see cards with this deck has been probably one of the better strengths of it so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way you don't see what you need.
You say that, but I've played this deck before. I found the way.
I also have. Sometimes playing 4 Sisu is not the way, because you end up drawing all 4. Do we have any Blurple in Top Cut?
I think there is a single list.
I think there might be one.
I think there's a single list. I think Big Tobacco is on Blurple if he won that last round. I don't know. I
don't think he did.
Top 8. If he didn't win, then that was the only top 8. Yeah. Yeah, that was our only Amethyst
He did not.
Sapphire, so no. So there is none in top 8.
Crazy. So we've got... Now there is one.
Oh, is there? Oh, there's the prep?
The guy I played in the last round, he got 7th.
Okay.
So he was
that's right. Yep, Dan Tran is one. That's right. I forgot. Yeah, he had a deck validation error that had to be corrected.
Mm. Let's see. I think we've got 2 Ruby Sapphires.
That feels right.
I don't know what Corey's on.
Amber Steel. Oh, yep. Corey's on Amber Steel.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 Amber Steel, Blurple, and then Bruce, I think, is on Amethyst Steel or something.
He's on Amethyst Emerald.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Okay.
He's got a lever list going.
So we got a couple 1-0s.
Good variation though.
Yeah. Amber Steel has definitely become the most popular deck.
Like I said, that was kind of the round 1 we were able to stream was Amber Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. So we were like, this is really setting the tone for the day. Going to be kind of the 2 decks you expect to see.
Just like the old format when Hiram was around. We miss our friend.
There are 2 very distinct school of thoughts about Hiram. It's either you miss it dearly or get out, rat.
Yeah. The ones that miss Hiram also hate Bucky.
Drop a bell.
For free. We got to play 3 characters, and 2 of them are for free.
That is the beauty of this list.
Is that a Sheen Po?
Yes, it is.
Interesting.
Again, trying to just tell Derek he's got to have it. I mean, he's hung in there.
That would mean we need the 4th Sisu, large Sisu. I don't know how many he's on. Don't know if it's 4 though. I guess we're gonna find out actually.
Let's see. Matt's gonna check.
Yeah.
We've seen a prep and 2 big Sisus so far. He's looking for the preps too. There's 2 preps in there.
Yeah, and then 2 big Sisus, I think.
So yeah, possibility of hitting 1 of 3 answers.
Inking a gray stone. Okay.
I think he maybe just doesn't think he has the breathing room. There it is.
Yes.
Yeah, probably didn't think he had the breathing room to
How many
play that.
coils do we have on board?
There are 2 coils on board.
So he can't clear both.
Let me think. Chimpo.
I'll go take a look.
Yeah.
He's a 5/7.
Yeah. Lucas is going to go do a quick check on that for us, but card in question is Chin Po. No, he's a 4/7, so yeah, that does work. There's the card in question. That does work. Lucas is just was wanting to do the best he could to make sure that everything was in check. We're going to keep it moving here. Matt Zeus is the big Sisu. Lucky Dime is out. So Zarek is looking for Tamatoa. He may have it in hand. Vitalosphere to shop a card. Inks the Maui. Here we go. Tamatoa going to quest. Play Great Stone Dragon. Go to 15. Rhino back on the board for Matt. Not threatening a win. Gonna dime Tamatoa. Go to 17. And this is turned quickly. Gonna shop off the shop. Zarek plays a bell for free. And quests for 2 to 19. And that will do it. Matt, unable to close the gap, stuck at 17 for so long against Zarek, while Zarek just imposes his will with his Ruby Sapphire list. Incredible showing here for Zarek. And that means Zarek will move on to the top 4 round here for the Reign of Jafar case tournament here at House of Cards in Winston-Salem. Proud sponsor of the Team Ohana. Remember, if you're in the area, Winston-Salem, the Triad area, you can come by and shop here locally at House of Cards or online at TCG Player under House of Cards Winston. They do ship all over the country. We will take a quick break. We'll be back for the next match, top 4 here at House of Cards. All right, we're back, everybody. Real quick update. I just got back on the floor, and there is a top 4 split, as you see on camera. The top 4 competitors today ended up being, we're double checking here, Jeremy Walker, Bruce Kendrick, Matthew Metzbauer, and Zarek Sapkowski. We appreciate everyone for tuning in here to the Reign of Jafar case tournament at House of Cards. Each one of our top competitors are walking away with 2 boxes of Jafar, Reign of Jafar, 2 boxes each. It's been a great tournament. I, again, am Jose, Cardboard Castle. I appreciate you guys tuning in with us here on Team Ohana's stream on Twitch. If you haven't already, you can follow us on X at Team Ohana. Also, we're on Facebook and everywhere else you want to find us. We want to say thank you to our sponsor, House of Cards, for presenting this and give us the opportunity here to bring this great gameplay content to you all. Thank you all for being here. We'll talk to you next time.